A trend I've been making fun of a lot recently is how anytime something comes out that's good, it then gets paraded around as though it's the best thing ever made. And also, on the flip side of that coin, anything that comes out that's not very good or kind of mid is then just labeled as the worst thing ever made. It's an affront to God. Human beings have never produced something so dog shit like this. It's just these extremes. And it's always so annoying. Like, especially like with horror movies. I talk about this one a lot because every 6 or so months there's a horror film that comes out and it's like, it's the scariest thing ever, you're going to fucking poop, it's gonna be so it's that's the noise you'll be making watching this one because it's that scary, it's gonna grip your fucking heart and do this with it. It's so extreme, and you watch it, it's like, okay, I mean, that was a fine movie, I guess. And they do that for anything. So now it's extremely commonplace that anything that comes out that's good has like a 99 on Metacritic or a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. And then you play it or watch it, and it's just like, oh, I mean, it was good. I don't know if it's like a near perfect masterpiece, but I mean, it was good. Like, everything just has to be taken to like the most extreme level of glaze or the most extreme level of spit. I don't know, I'm very tired of that. So when Project Hail Mary came out, the reason for this tangent, Project Hail Mary has been getting this same treatment where it's being labeled the best sci-fi film in the last decade or like 2 decades, whatever they're saying. One of the best movies ever made. 2026 has been blessed with a gift from the heavens above with Project Hail Mary. And I see that and I'm just immediately turned off. I just go in with this preconception that it'll probably be good, but it's never going to live up to this hype. I just always think it sets things up for failure. But in the case of Project Hail Mary, I do think the glaze is warranted. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it the best sci-fi film of the last decade or the best sci-fi film ever made, but holy shit is it an extremely good movie. Now, I haven't read the book this is based on. I know it's a beloved book, and from my understanding, based on everything that I'm seeing from everyone that's watched this movie, this is a very faithful adaptation of the source material, which... Trust me, if you're standing up, you need to sit down, because this is a big revelation that'll knock you off your fucking feet. It seems like the winning formula when it comes to adaptations is staying true to the source material, because we're seeing time and time again that when these studios decide to faithfully adapt something, they usually make something much better than if they try and do it their own way, pinky up thinking they know better, we're more sophisticated than this shit that we're adapting, like Halo, for example. We know better. And so I'm happy to see that fans of the book are enjoying this movie, because even as someone who hasn't read the book, I really enjoyed this movie. I imagine it's probably even better if you have read the book, but for me, having no knowledge at all of what this movie was even about, I was pretty blown away from start to finish. The movie comes out of the gate swinging. We are introduced to our main character, Grace, who wakes up on a ship. His other crew members did not survive this journey. He is having a hard time remembering why he's there. This is because he's been in a coma for quite some time, so his memories are slowly coming back to him, and we're being drip-fed information as to what his mission is and why he's there. And we learn the stakes. We learn what's going on, about how the Earth is in a dreadful situation, an extinction event, where the sun's energy is being sapped by alien parasites. And the only way that they can think to try and combat this and stop the sun from getting just fucking slurped up here, having all the juices just gobbled up by the parasites, is to go to a distant planet that is 11 light years away, because it's the only star they can find that isn't being dimmed by this parasite, the astrophage. And our main character, Grace, embarks on that mission to try and find the means to fight back against this, to save the planet, because within a few generations, humanity would be extinct. Starvation setting in within 30 years, just huge pandemonium, and Grace is now humanity's last hope. Most of this film is just Grace in the spaceship doing some science, some fucking full-blown Bill Nye experimentation here. And my God, is it captivating. Ryan Gosling's performance here, I think, is spectacular. I think he does an extremely good job. This isn't like his normal, like, stoic mystery man type shit. Like, this is a high energy, joking goofball of a man who isn't just one-dimensional. Like, he has plenty of vulnerable moments. He is very well written, and they do a great job of making you want to root for him. And then there's another character who is not a human. It is Rocky, who is an alien life form whom Grace and him have a chance encounter, and turns out Rocky is there on a similar mission trying to figure out how to stop the astrophage to save his people, his homeworld. And this is really like the emotional beat, the emotional meat of the entire film, is this friendship between Rocky and Grace. And one thing I really appreciate is Rocky is an alien that doesn't look like your standard, like, normal alien that's supposed to make you go like, oh, it's so, like, human-esque, so that way you can connect to it. It's a fucking pile of rocks. It's like a little, like, crab guy of rocks. He looks like a Magic the Gathering card. And he's got no face. He's got, like, a giant gaping asshole on the bottom of him. But this character is so well written, and this friendship is so thoroughly explored, that it is just something that immediately draws you in. I found it fucking impossible to not smile with these two here. Like, there's real chemistry there. And, like, the writing, like, when they use jokes, actually made me giggle. Like, it's not just lazy Marvel quips and quirkiness like that. And it's not only about comedy or anything. It's just such a really well-written friendship that is just touching. And the movie really respects your intelligence as a viewer. It is actually using real, like, science, and, like, they're actually working hard to find the solution through, like, tons of experimentation, trial and error, like, actual methodology here, as opposed to just, like, random happenstance and getting lucky. You know, Ryan Gosling takes the bite of a sandwich and he goes, wait, this bread, it's wet. The solution, soggy bread, it's jogged my memory, like that kind of thing. It's like they're actually working through this issue in a logical manner. But of course, like I was just talking about, the most touching part of the film is this friendship. It's a very human thing, even though one of the characters here is not human. And I think something that really helps sell this to make it feel so impactful is the fact that Rocky is not a fully CGI character. Rocky is an animatronic puppet. There, of course, is CGI blended into that craft as well, but the fact that Rocky has a physical presence, being like an actual puppet that's interacting with Ryan Gosling in a physical space, it really helps make it feel much more real. So, like, I feel like it helps elevate that connection while watching this film and the friendship that's unfolding here. I really don't have a single complaint about this movie. Every character is well written. The visuals are stunning. The action moments, even though there's not many, are good. The music was extraordinary. I want to make a special mention of the music here. My God, it was going ballistic. So yeah, I gotta say, Project Hail Mary, it definitely lived up to the very high praise it's getting. I think it is warranted. I really, really, really liked it. Yeah, that's really about it. Yep. That was a Black Beetle challenge. Haven't seen that in a while, have ya? I'm dusting off the classics. Wait until I bust out the Harlem Shake and the Flash Mob in a public library. Speaking of things you haven't seen in a while, how about I show you something you've probably never seen and you will most likely never see again. They don't call me the bad boy of Magic the Gathering for nothing. You may not know it, but you're looking at the eighth wonder of the world. That, my friends, is a pristine, and by pristine I mean pretty trashed box of revised Magic the Gathering cards. This is an authentic, straight from the early 90s box from the early days of Magic the Gathering, and we cracked this artifact open for the sake of our series Box Brawl, where we're going through and opening every single set in Magic the Gathering history, and then playing a 4-player brawl game with our pulls from the box. We've been doing this for, coming up on 2 years now. We've done like 80 sets or something like that, and we had Tolarian Community College, the professor, come out for a very special one, because Revised is the box that is nearest and dearest to his boners. And what better way to accommodate the professor than giving him a little piece of his upbringing. So when we do boxes like this, I like to yap about it over here and show you highlights from it. I don't want to spoil too many of the pulls or like the game itself that we played, because it actually was a fucking ass greaser. It was an exhilarating game of Magic, and the pulls, I'll spoil, they hurt you. They hurt you down to your soul, because this is a $15,000 box of Magic cards. And, well, the pulls, let's just say, left a lot to be desired in terms of that. The box definitely wasn't resealed. I don't think I got scammed. I think I just got extraordinarily lucky, and I probably drove the price of all of the other boxes up by getting this one out of circulation, out of the population. I've had it for about 2 years now, and now we can definitively say that I had the worst possible box of Revised imaginable. So it's only up from there for all the other remaining boxes in the wild. But anyway, that's not to say every pull was bad. We did still have some heat, just nothing crazy. The game itself, though, was amazing. So yeah, if you want to watch the entire kit and caboodle, the whole opening, the entire game, which I highly recommend you do, I'll put a link to the skill check video in the description. Without the professor, Magic dies with this set. He saved it by himself by spending all of his lunch money on packs.
Yes. I was YouTubing back in 1994. It's true.
So I also cashed in a favor from the professor, you might remember from a year ago. He's gonna show Hole at some point in this video.
Whoa, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if anyone knows what it means, it's this gift.
Curd Ape.
Wow.
Wow. Mountain.
Wow, they give you a lot of land
much
in
mountain.
In
Erg Raiders, Sea Serpent. Is that my rare? No, that's an uncommon. At least the Erg Raiders.
Nice.
Island. Stone Rain.
Nice.
Stone Rain guy.
Stone Rain guy.
Gray Ogre.
I think at the start we're going to be going through everything, but probably once we've seen all of the cards, we'll be going a little.
Soul Ring.
That's page 1.
Wow.
Page 1. Zach, what is Soul Ring on page 1?
It's like $20, I think.
It's like
Dude, it's like $20. Fuck.
Yes. I'm almost back to making up for the investment. We got the Troll, more land.
Dwarven Warriors.
Dwarven Warrior. Healing Salve.
Banger.
Drudge Skeleton. Regeneration.
That is one of the best arts ever.
The Regeneration?
That art is... No, the Regeneration.
Oh, wow.
That art on Regeneration, come on, that's so kick-ass.
That is very 90s. Spell Blast. Fire Breathing. More lands. Unholy Strength. And then...
Oh!
Circle of Protection White.
Sorry, a lot of these cards. Yes! I felt like Commander. Oh my god, there's a Pestilence? What are we doing?
That's still played in Pauper.
What are we doing?
Pestilence is a good deck in Pauper.
What are we doing, dude?
With so many lands.
Merfolk!
Oh my god, I actually play that one still.
No, not that one.
Conversion. All mountains are considered basic planes. It's an enchantment.
That's great.
That's so good.
That's powerful.
Wall of Air. Basalt Monolith.
Wow.
That's a banger.
Weirdly enough, I think Brain Geyser is page 1. Just
Brain Geyser.
It's just like $7.
Death Ward.
What are the dual lands, dude?
Forest. Power Sink. Like from that guy. Hill Giant. Plains.
Scrib Sprites.
Scrib Sprites. Wow.
I wished so badly there was Fairy Tribal.
1/1
We could not make it happen.
Unstable Mutation.
Cool.
Shatter.
Giant Spider.
Hey, that's
Thank goodness
cool.
Matt is out here.
Whoa! That's a banger.
That's my commander, baby.
That's a banger.
It's also the best Llanowar art ever.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's so
cool.
good. I think. So we'll look.
I've got Double Wall.
Ah,
Water
there it
Elemental.
is.
Finally.
Let's go.
The cheapest.
Yep. The actual worst duel. But we got there.
Well, if you don't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to play it.
Oh, suddenly it's gaining a little bit of traction.
Here's all
Did
my
you get the
lands.
Ironroot Tree Folk?
Oh, Dark Ritual.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa, Dark
Got a
Red.
giant growth.
Did you get Ironroot Tree Folk?
I did.
Yeah, it talks about them having sex in the flavor text.
Okay, please read that.
It does.
The mating habits of tree folk, particularly the stalwart ironwork tree folk, are truly absurd. Molasses comes to mind. Wow. It's amazing the species can survive at all given such protracted periods of mate selection, conjugation, and gestation.
Why?
Molasses comes to mind. Just think about it.
Why did they do that?
That's,
90s.
that's called good writing.
Yeah, I guess it's art. is what it
World
is.
building.
Here's a counterspell.
This is still 340?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, here's Molasses comes to mind. Here's another counterspell, but not really.
Ray Elemental Blast.
That's crazy. Oh, wow. Okay.
The box was pretty dry on dual lands, which are the only pulls in the revised set that anyone gives a fuck about. In terms of like value, that is. The revised cards I think are super hype, and they were a lot of fun to play. Again, there's a few more surprises throughout the opening, but that was the biggest pull, which was the Plateau dual lands. It is the worst dual land you can pull in terms of just like raw monetary value, but as I've said, I don't sell these cards or anything. We play them. They are for active use, and even when we're done with Box Brawl, we still put them in other decks, or that Plateau probably will just go as part of like the skill check collection. So it doesn't really matter the value of the card. It was still very hyped to pull it, but I would have liked to see a couple more of them.
And I, as my partner commanders, have Llanowar Elves. They don't need any explanation. And Dragon Whelp, a 4-mana 2/3 with flying, and I can pay 1 to increase its power by 1, but if I do it 3 times, or more than 3 times, it explodes.
I've got Crawworm as my commander, and it's teamed up for some Simic nonsense with Air Elemental.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a powerful card.
No, I'm scared of what's next.
Yep, so I've also got that naughty little Crawworm, but he's paired with Sarah Angel, who's a nice 4/4 flyer.
And Vigilance.
With Vigi, yeah.
So
Yeah, you
gross.
just conveniently left that video.
Yeah, all three of you
out.
have flyers, is what you're saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
All three of you have flyers. I have a 2-mana 2/2 that says, "Don't try to outrun one of Dominaria's grizzlies. It'll catch you, knock you down, and eat you." Of course, you could run up a tree. In that case, you'll get a nice view before it knocks the tree down and eats you. That's what it does. That's what it does. And then also, here's a Hydra with very confusing rules that gets counters and prevents damage if there's counters on it.
Nice.
Counters. Oh, you mean heads.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The
There you
Oracle
go.
text says 1/1 counters, but the Oracle text is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
It's
it's
heads.
heads.
Yeah.
Heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this forest and play the Llanowar Elves.
Whoa!
Saying go.
All right. That's a really cool and clever idea to have Llanowar Elves as your commander.
Yes.
Me, I'll just cast it.
You'll
as
just
part of
rip
the 99. Yeah. Pass turn.
Everyone's going so fast. I hate to break that synergy. So how about for no lands, I'll do an Ornithopter.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
But
All right.
what if I one up everyone? I'll play a land. And what if I make this Ornithopter a nice 1/4 flyer?
Wow. Wow.
The fuck?
Holy.
I have lightning bolt. I can't kill it.
I pass.
What the fuck?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'll just play a mountain pass.
Crazy opening hand.
Untap.
For one, I'll play a little Dryads, a 1/1 with Forest Walk.
Oh!
I'm
dead in 20 turns.
All right. This time, this is getting through. Here's a 1/4 in the air at you, True. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You thought you were so safe. I
thought
passed.
I was. I
Your
thought it was
ivory
My
tower.
turn. I'll play this forest. I'm going to bring out the grizzly bear. Say go.
We're going to play a forest and do a double blue and 3 to bring in my commander.
my
It's Air Elemental. Woo!
Wow, the style
Yes.
synergy. Holy.
Look at that. And then I will pass the turn.
All right.
It's a 4/4.
Oh, yes.
Just a 4/4.
Pretty good.
There she blows. Can't play anything. We're going to combat.
Beep beep.
Probably shouldn't leave myself wide open again, so we'll spread this around. Drew's turn. Forest.
Wait.
Walk. Pass.
It's awesome.
Damn, that board is so wide.
Damn. He's certainly got guys.
Look how wide my board is. Ooh. Tap the Dwarven Warrior, making the Dragon Whelp unblockable. Prof, here's 2.
Sure.
Boom.
Here's 2 you.
I'm going to take 4
17.
back. I'll pass.
Oh, you're going to take 4 back. Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. Playing Island. What do we got here? That's 6. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're going to spend 6 for a Clockwork Beast. I'm going to put 7. I spent 6 to put 7.
Whoa!
Counters. +1/+0 counters on Clockwork Beast.
Wow.
After Beast attacks or blocks a creature, I discard a counter. So that's when you discard
Oh my
counters.
gosh, the language.
During the upkeep phase, controller may buy back lost counters for 1 per counter. This taps Beast.
Wow.
Now, it's called Clockwork Beast, not Beast, but I think we know what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Attack you for 4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking 4.
Everyone's getting their commander out. I'll join in the fun. Sarah Angel. Okay, what the hell, guys?
I said ooh.
Oh, okay.
You were saying ooh.
All right.
I said boo, but then I quickly
Autocorrect.
You said boo, Ryan. Here's 1.
All right, well, I earned it.
I pass.
Okay, in my upkeep, I'm gonna pay triple red to grow another head on my Hydra. Wow.
Whoa.
Damn. What
Now
the
it's
hell?
a 2/2. I'll draw. All right, I'm gonna play a mountain. I've spent all my mana growing a head, so I pass.
Okay.
That was fucking awesome.
Untap. And before Sarah Angel starts picking us apart bit by bit, Ryan, I'm going to send an unblockable dragon whelp at you in the air.
Sounds good. It gets caught in the lightning.
No! That's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. Then I'll tap 6 and cast dragon whelp.
Damn, he danced around.
Did it
Pretty
again.
good.
I'm pretty good. I'll pass.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. That's pretty cool, to be honest with you. All right. So here's the question. I'm wondering, Charlie, if you would trade your commander for my commander, if you'd let my commander through. I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering. I don't know that I want to do that trade. So what's going to happen is the Clockwork Beast is going to come at you, Charlie.
Damn, I like the other one better.
And the Air Elemental is going to come.
Whoa!
Yeah.
We just talked about how we don't need to have any aerial combat. I thought that was... Oh,
I
okay.
didn't think that was official.
Fine.
7 is coming at me.
That's just 7.
I'll take that 4, sure.
Damn.
That's a hell of a swing.
It's a meat stick. I'm just gonna take. I'm gonna take the 7.
You're going to take the
I'm
7?
gonna take the 7.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, a little fast and loose, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna take the
All
7.
right. Second main, I'm going to tap 3 islands
Oh, no.
and 4 green. And we're going to bring out what might as well be a wall. It's the Island Fish Jasconis. This is a 6/8.
Oh, what the hell? We're so cooked.
I must pay triple blue during my upkeep phase to untap it. And it cannot attack unless the person it's attacking has islands. So I can't attack you
okay.
because it's an island fish. How's it going to get to you if you don't have islands?
That's true.
So it might as well just be a wall. And to untap it, I'd have to pay 3. It's
a really
if
good
you
wall.
ever destroyed all my islands, I would have to bury the island fish. Oh, and my beast does lose a counter from
Discard the
attacking.
counter, yeah.
I've discarded a counter.
Good.
It's in the graveyard.
Okay. I'll bring out my other commander. Coral Worm is here. Yay! We're going to combat. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Drew's a bit of
Okay.
a problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge problem.
Yes. All right. This is definitely coming at Prof. This is Forest
Boo.
Walk. That's got to get in. This is gonna come at you, Drew.
Okay.
Vigi, I think.
Oh, Vigi, right. I keep forgetting that this is
Yep,
the
I'll
archaic
take
Vigi.
4. I'm down to 6.
Ooh.
Most threatening 6 health player at the table.
You pass?
That's all.
You can pump it once. That's
Yes,
not
correct.
Enough. That's
I can
not
pump it
enough.
once.
That's not enough. I'm coming at you.
That's correct.
Because you came at me.
Yeah.
And then the Clockwork Beast is still coming at you, Charlie.
All right. This time I will not let that hit. So I'm gonna throw the heroic ornithopter under it.
Sure.
I will cast Fog.
Ooh. I still lose
Let's go.
I still lose a
Let's
counter.
go. Fog.
Thanks, Drew.
Yes.
All right. Second main. Let's go ahead and we're going to put... I think this should be interesting. I'm going to put Regeneration on the Clockwork Beast.
Oh, nice.
So it can just steamroll.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
The Beast.
Pass.
Wow. All right.
A little bit of a lightning bolt. Ooh. And that would be good for like an unblockable guy. The problem is, I think we really need this one, so I'm gonna kill Tim.
So here's the thing. Hang on. Before you do that, though, you realize that if you bolted the Sarah Angel on my turn, I could tap to do 1 damage to it and we get rid of the Sarah.
Sarah Angel.
But I can
And then I could swing in and attack Charlie.
I can instantly recast my Sarah Angel.
Not
But he would
instantly.
get an
Yeah,
attack
no,
off.
Not instantly,
He would
at
get
sorcery speed.
He would get the
So
attack
think
off.
about the
These are all
usefulness.
good
And
points.
then I would not be attacking you. I would be attacking Charlie.
I have no good deal for you, and I've
That's
just
a pretty
attacked
good
you.
deal.
And if you do that, we can't beat him.
You come to the Kingdom of Lightning looking for politics after making a deal with the man who's using my grizzly bear against me.
That's so
I absolutely will not be doing that because it would be a better play.
I'm going to kill you first.
Yeah, I assume you will.
I think that was going to happen
Tim
anyway.
will eat the lightning, and
right.
I will block your 3/3. I'm going to eat my bear, so I'll take 2.
Okay, I'll do.
You know what's amazing is I know what every card on the table does.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's because half of them don't do
I
anything.
also don't see Hatsune Miku. Like, where's Hatsune Miku in this set?
I know, right?
I don't get it.
It's weird.
No
Where's
Ninja
the-
Turtles.
No
so
Walking
weird.
Dead.
Where's
No
my
Ninja.
Power Ranger?
Yeah.
No Dwight from The Office.
I know.
My voice cracked when saying
Which one of
that.
these is the Transformer again? I
Yeah.
forget.
Here.
Imagine hitting him for
I
one.
think what I'm about to do is going to change the
Oh,
board
you're
state.
counting. You're counting. It better not be Armageddon.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not.
Oh.
It is something
Oh,
different.
no.
though. Aladdin's ring.
Oh, we're fucked.
Oh,
All right, read this out for the class.
So I can pay 8 and tap it to do 4 damage to any target.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yeah, my favorite part about this is you just paid 8. What does it do now?
Literally nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, you have to pay 6.
That,
Yeah,
thing,
nothing.
that thing can smoke a Sarah Angel or an
can.
air elemental.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Let's go to combat.
I'm going to lightning bolt Charlie
Yeah, boy.
in the head.
Okay. Man,
Untap.
if only I
All
had
right.
that prevent damage from a sword.
Straw. Oh, that would have been a great card to have 100 years ago.
100 years ago, they'd be like, wow,
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa.
The hell? It's a written word.
you religion. They had writing. They had writing 100 years
No, that's
ago.
impossible.
That'll be the end of the spoilers here. This was just kind of like a little montage of some of the bigger moments from the brawl. I highly recommend you check out the full thing. It was so much fun. Thanks to Prof for coming down for it. What a special box to open. Some 1994 Magic actually played better than a lot of the sets we've done in the series from like the early 2000s. Anyway, you probably won't see a revised box opened again. They are very rare to find, and the ones that are out there are extremely expensive. And also, nobody fucking plays with the cards. Legitimately, just like in Pokemon, when vintage gets opened, it's for the sake of collecting it or like reselling. Very rarely do people play with the cards. We do. I think it's very special and it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, just wanted to yap about it and show you some moments from it. That's about it. See ya. What do you think is the most clowned upon profession in the world? Or rather, I guess to phrase it a better way, what job do you think commands the least amount of respect? Telemarketer, perhaps? Streamer, maybe? What about game journalist? I feel like over the last decade and some change, there are few jobs that are as much of a spitball magnet as game journalism. The reputation has basically been flushed down the shitter. It's basically just soiled toilet paper at this point. People have more respect for a fucking fart inspector than they do for game journalism. But, that being said, the beauty of having so many people all giving their thoughts on games means that you can always find someone whose tastes align with yours. Even if you have absolute dog shit tastes, you bet your sweet bippy there's a game journalist out there with that same mutation, that same abominable palate, and then you can follow their reviews to help make an educated decision on what you want to spend your money on. I'm a big proponent of more information is always better when it comes to purchasing. Shit is expensive. So I think there is still value in reviews, but what's become far more standard now is people will just watch a streamer or a video on YouTube, a Let's Play of a game that they might be interested so they could watch the gameplay for themselves and make their own educated decision based on what they're seeing. Anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about game journalism again is because a big, spicy story just broke in regards to a huge player in the space that I think a lot of you are probably familiar with, Video Gamer. Yeah, the one that's been around for fucking 2 decades, that Video Gamer. Well, it turns out the cat's been let out of the bag. They have been vomiting out AI-generated reviews after firing much of their human staff and have AI role-playing as game journalists. So, some of the reviews you've seen from Video Gamer aren't actually from a human being that used the product. Like their Resident Evil Requiem review is actually all AI mumbo-jumbo. It's riddled with the classic M-dashes that AI has become obsessed with. It's like fucking heroin to AI. And because the game was so new, it didn't have other reviews to steal from. It had to resort to just vomiting out information from the early previews and early information. Oh, also, if you're wondering if there was a disclosure from Video Gamer informing their readers that what they were digesting was actually hollow AI nothing burgers, then rest assured the answer to that is a resounding fuck no. At the bottom, apparently they had this: "You can trust Video Gamer. Our team of gaming experts spend hours testing and reviewing the latest games to ensure you're reading the most comprehensive guide possible. Rest assured, all imagery and advice is unique and original. Check out how we test and review games here." And the author who's credited with that Resident Evil review is, of course, the legendary Brian Marigold, whom all of us probably still have posters in our room of. They try and play this off like it's a real human being, by the way. Brian Marigold is not flesh and blood. He's AI and cringe, but they still give him a whole lore breakdown here like he's a fucking League of Legends champion. And they try and make him sound really badass, like he's the Max Payne of gaming journalists. It's so unbelievably pathetic. Brian Marigold once saved 5 children from a burning orphanage and still had time to level up his battle pass and complete his gacha game dailies. He is an ultimate video gamer with enthusiasm and clarity in his writing that rivals even God himself. It's, oh my lord. I don't know how they thought no one would notice this. Now, I know I'm a little tardy to the party on this, and I talked about it a little bit on stream, but I didn't realize just how hog wild they were going with this AI game journalist thing that they're doing. Now, as I said at the beginning of the video, game journalism is an industry that people make fun of constantly. I've made tons of jokes about game journalism. It's not exactly a field that has people taking their hats off and saluting them. No one's treating game journalists like firefighters, like they're fucking heroes or anything like that. But even still, this sucks. This blows major butt. This is not a good direction for things to be going, because it starts with game journalism, then it'll be other journalism, then it'll be everything you consume is AI generated. And in the case of reviews specifically, this is fucking awful, because there are people that do rely on like reviews about the purchases they are potentially going to make. So if they're getting fed slop from Video Gamer that's AI generated, then they're receiving fraudulent information, not a review, which is completely worthless and potentially damaging. So like, take for example, a product. Let's expand this beyond games, right? If every product you see out there doesn't have real human reviews and it's all AI generated with AI pretending it was a human that used it and giving it, 5 stars out the wazoo, how are you supposed to know if it's a piece of shit, right? You'd have to like look up maybe a YouTuber or a streamer and hope that you find something there for each product. If every review is AI generated, you're not getting any real information or any real insight from a human being. Thus, it's completely useless to you. It's not actually even analyzing the product. It never had the product. It can never use the product. So you're getting phony baloney garbage, which is terrible because, again, I think it is valuable that people have as much information as possible when it comes to the products that they might be spending a lot of money on, like in the case of a $70 video game. So now the question needs to be asked, what happened to Video Gamer that got us to this point? And the answer is a tried and true story, song and dance we've seen a million times before. They were acquired by an agency. That agency's name is Clickout Media. More like Dick Out Media, because all they did was put their dick down the throats of multiple staff members that they decided to lay off and allegedly not pay. According to some of the laid off staff, the company still owes them money, and that last year the new owner began to load the site with AI written stories about casinos, which is just amazing, by the way, because that's exactly what puts a smile on my face, having AI try and prod me into gambling. Charles, do you want infinite money? Basically headache free? Have you heard of slot machines? Check out our review on this new Emotep themed slot machine right now that people are saying is basically free money you can't lose. That sounds super cool. Thank you, Video Gamer. Oh, whoops-a-daisy, I misremembered. That disclaimer about trusting Video Gamer because they have a team of like real human beings that test the fuck out of it and it's all unique and original. That notice wasn't at the bottom of the articles, it was actually at the top. But anyway, we already covered Brian Marigold, how he's not actually a real human being. He is a confirmed AI-generated puppet for Video Gamer that just spits out uselessness. But, let's not forget, Brian Marigold is an experienced iGaming and sports betting analyst and a lifelong gamer at heart who actually has seen active combat. He's responsible for over 500 confirmed kills. Brian Marigold kind of does it all. We know that. But he's not the only one. They have a bunch of AI-generated authors there on Video Gamer that they pretend are real people, such as Callum Mercer. Now, in the case of the AI-generated Resident Evil Requiem review, initially it was on Metacritic contributing to the overall score of the game, but then Metacritic was made aware that it was AI-generated, so as a result, they've now severed ties with Video Gamer. Now, Clickout Media describes itself as a PR and marketing agency, but has a history of acquiring gaming and tech sites, including Techopedia, Adventure Gamers, and firing staff and replacing them with seemingly automated content around casinos and crypto. Weird. What? Why would they be using AI to promote crypto and casinos? I just don't really get it. That's so odd. Are you telling me Clickout Media isn't by gamers for gamers? Oh, come on. If you can't trust Video Gamer, who can you trust? They even say it right there on their site on every article that you can trust them. What, are they lying? I doubt it. No way. There's no way. Grasping at straws, I say, is a bunch of fucking fiddlesticks, I'm sure. Now, this next section is fascinating because it looks into Clickout Media, and I gotta tell ya, they look real fishy. Clickout Media's name rarely appears on the sites it acquires, and previous reports have accused the organization of parasitic SEO by buying domains with high reputations to use them to push crypto and casino content. Other reports have suggested that a conglomerate involving Clickout Media has links to offshore crypto and poker sites. Now, that is quite a nefarious scheme. That is having your cake, eating it too, and then fucking the cake. So they're accused of buying these domains, very popular ones like Video Gamer, who a lot of people know, and then kind of just draining them to make them like a shell of their former self in order to push crypto and casino content while also being in bed with crypto and poker sites. So they get to benefit greatly from that. The traffic that they drive to those sites that they're reviewing, like on Video Gamer, the casino reviews, I'm sure you can trust. Video Gamer says you can. Pretty interesting. Their sites are monetized through links to online casino sites. In recent months, Clickout Media has bought multiple cryptocurrency news sites, poker news sites, and tech news sites, in each case turning them into AI-powered sites creating content around cryptocurrencies and casinos. Press Gazette attempted to contact Clickout Media by available email addresses and via a form on its website, but has heard nothing. Patrick Garrett, editor-in-chief of Future's B2B game industry newsletter Knowledge, said this is not an isolated incident. He told Press Gazette, "As in all media, the current watchword is survivability. Precarity in the environment has been steadily worsening for years, and generative AI, as evidenced by the Video Gamer announcement, is becoming too tempting for some to ignore in the name of efficiency. This downscaling of staff in the game media is widespread, and we've seen several large American operations hit hard in recent years." Which I think everyone has seen the writing on the walls. People for the last couple years have been talking about how AI will inevitably be replacing tons and tons and tons of jobs. It's not exactly a wonderful future when down the line things like reviews might be AI generated, dominated by bots. A lot of the things you see online are already fully dominated by bots. A lot of what you see is completely fake, made up barnacles. A lot of it is AI generated. And now we are seeing that journalism is looking to be next on the chopping block as corporations are maybe looking to phase out journalists in favor of the cheaper, more efficient AI that can immediately get an article out based on other articles out there that it just fucking steals from. We are entering into an era where a lot of what you interact with on the cyberspace is going to be fake, not real, not human-made content, just AI-produced slop for your eyes to be glued to the screen and nothing else. We're seeing the shift. It's getting pretty crazy, and I just kind of wanted to yap about this one a bit because this is probably one of the bigger publications I've seen being openly caught red-handed, just replacing game journalists with AI drivel, and also completely changing the entire site to be more about, I guess, gambling and casino content from AI-generated reviews, pushing and hawking that kind of shit, I suppose. It seems very out of control based on all this available evidence, and I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit. And he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul, because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me, and I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid, because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here, because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything, so it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just, it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, talking to fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me, and he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. So, now my plan was to let this, fucking rip here, raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
No, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really? No,
Yeah,
that's
over
fucking awesome.
through this whole process, and Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot this shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh yeah, no, you look amazing.
Okay.
You sound great. This is perfect.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right.
How about
Love
you?
it. My family and I we live in Paris now. And so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in Paris, France now?
We've been here for a few months.
Oh, okay. So this is
So not
fresh.
long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in. We're doing
Let's
it
go,
live.
baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just kind of, just recording.
Kind of. Okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first, let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey man, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You as well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love, just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so, bravo, man.
That means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11, and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never.
Wow, you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years old.
No way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I mean, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute
Let's
classics.
go. The class. You know, the Price is Right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money. Right. I was doing commercial at that time. I was doing commercials, and actually, when the Price is Right aired, I had two commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode, and but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line, and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. It was because of the Red Bull. But yeah, that's my story.
Hey yo, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. Like, I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I want to dive right in. How do you feel about aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you think?
I mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on Punku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new things that are being discovered constantly, that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered in comparison of, humanity. But, and they're everywhere.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Especially like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures.
There's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at the movie The Abyss.
Yeah.
I mean that's the storyline. That's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep in our waters, but who knows?
What do you think they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my dad,
what is that purpose?
That's
you tell me.
According to my father, who I think preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids he believes were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all,
Yeah.
I always say, what you know until you know something else, right? And so.
Yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it, but like you, I like to be very open.
See, I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and we tend to, if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong because I think it'd be really fucking hype if
I love ghost stories. I love
yeah.
like films with said ghosts. But yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and
Will you call
ectoplasming,
me?
oh, for sure. Oh
Okay,
my
good.
God, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I hope so.
I hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that it kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no,
and
it wasn't short.
yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch." It was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
you're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, and this is why I leaned in. It was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, and my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. He's never met them in, most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's really cool. It's really cool to see, and I'm very proud to finally, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like
all
this.
Right, well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I love it.
You do?
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so bad
I mean,
it's good?
Man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado?
Yeah,
is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
and nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
Congratulations. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and like the old school, like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? Which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got
Okay.
I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No,
It
no.
it is a beautiful disaster about
Okay.
the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating. Like I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in
Okay.
directions you would never ever possibly expect with the most
That's
fucking
so that's so interesting because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would that how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what
It's similar to that, but if you were
okay.
like overdosing while writing it, like it is insane. Like in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Have you seen first of all, are you up to date on do you watch The Studio? Do you watch that show?
Oh no, no, no! I've
You
been meaning
don't.
to catch up on
All
it
right. Well,
though.
there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through um, diarrhea,
Okay.
and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass. Okay.
Zombie ass, huh?
Zombie Ass. And it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through um, your bowel movements. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxed review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass
Yeah, you might,
enthusiast.
it might fall in, to that category perfectly for you. But I actually love the trailer. It's just so far down I mean, it is just so terrible.
Perfect.
But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, yeah, I love it.
So what else what are you into right now? Like what's been like your big go to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, you know. But yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French. I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old, girl, boy. But yeah, what else? Not, it's not. I mean, I love movies. I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new
No,
one.
do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh, I don't. Oh boy, I don't know if you.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards real quick.
Okay, okay. I have a story about a magic trick that because I know maybe two like card tricks
hmm
that were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that or J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me JJ's obsessed with magic. So
Oh,
bring up
huge.
magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible, and I had not met Tom Cruise yet, and I'm talking to JJ. I go, "Hey, so you're into magic?" And he's like, "Oh my god." He goes, "Wait, do you know magic?" I go, "Oh, well, I started backpedaling. I go, "Oh, yeah, I know maybe a couple tricks." He's like, "You got to show me. Like soon, you got to show me." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." So I was like, "Oh my god, what am I gonna do?" Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ, and the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, "Aaron's a magician." I'm like, "Oh, no, 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 no." And this is in front of the entire crew. And they have a deck of cards to give to me. He's like, "Come on, show Tom a trick." I was like, "Oh no, this is not happening." And the first time I try the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. But in
No.
classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs, and he's like, "No, no, do it again, do it again." I was like, "Oh no." And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that it's just such a no-brainer. And I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise, and it worked, but it's just so lame. But he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's awesome,
but
though.
isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay, all right. Well, what sort of magic you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic
I
tricks.
love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So I'm very much on that same page,
Yeah.
and so I should really learn. I should learn more
Yeah.
to like fascinate them, because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've I've dusted off the knowledge on.
okay, you know what, I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks, and each time I went to this beautiful thing called Speakeasy Magic, and it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining, but then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic.
So cool.
But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen.
That's
So
exciting.
yeah, that's cool. So I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick. But
No.
yeah, have you done some tricks on your
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
Yeah.
the idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I
Oh,
could.
great.
See if I could impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic,
Oh yeah,
back
oh my
in the
God, yeah.
day? I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly.
He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude,
and all that.
I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that
Yeah.
was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, no, it was in the special. It
Oh,
was in the
nice.
special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab
Okay,
this deck of
okay.
cards. It's not
Okay.
temper your expectations. I don't think I'm gonna have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard, but I'll see what I can do. Give me just 1 second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's going to be great. He's going to blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay, let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah, that one looks great. Yeah,
okay, that's a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You'd have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well, what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
I mean, right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is very... Is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get a Mission Impossible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing out that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out of spite.
Oh, good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels so good.
Yeah. It's very spiteful of you.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. So okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, I just never cut it.
Excuse me. Hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's exactly.
That's
right.
great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So, are you going to keep it going forever?
Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if J.J. Abrams contacts me for Mission Impossible and needs a man. I've watched a lot of your interviews. I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying a slur or something here because the audio censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated like once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there was even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out like what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're like hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah, I just maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had two computers, two laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad. And each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, and I it's like I'm not going to get a computer again for a while. And I realized when I let go of my computer how much more time I had in my personal life. I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web. And then same thing, like I used to smoke back in the day. I quit like 20 years ago. And the moment I quit, I realized again how much more time I had. And so once I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone. And I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling, I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to, I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. They should control the technology versus, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases is the case.
Absolutely. So like, I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like like you,
Yeah.
I was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then, of course, the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective, because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now, because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that, because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend and constantly be chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever, because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero, so he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That would be very tough for me to to live my life without at least having a computer, even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world. Not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that,
And
we're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
no. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, if you, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one.
Sure.
You would love it, and I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. You know, I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive. You know, and it's become a drug in a way, and it's just a drug that's fully acceptable globally. You know, and I just feel like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic, you know.
Yeah.
I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in 4 minutes. And but the way people change in literally just a day, you know, they become a different person.
Absolutely.
You know, yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm gonna send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're gonna work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like a little vineyard at the farm.
Okay.
Not as like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. You know, after so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm. But we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes. And but the thing is, it's all dry farming we do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently from what I hear, produces about a one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. On this call for me. This is awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts, send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? You know? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things. I do it live. Fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk, and I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing. And it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings. But man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it was just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. We traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. If one person loves it and the other, is not a fan. There's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And we're incredibly proud of the company that we've built, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the like you
exactly?
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like
thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I mean, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who's a world-class chef. But we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down,
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the motivation. Right. Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just gotta rip it, baby. I love it. You gotta send it. Exactly right. And also throw a bunch of shit on the wall. Absolutely. See what sticks.
Yeah. There's so many options now. Like, while there is like an over reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on like what you need to procure it or where you need to start, which is just great. Like, I think it's just
See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. There's some great advice on how to build companies. What are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. So great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, yeah.
Yeah.
I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens
Yeah.
to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. Like, I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. Like, how was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? Like, I didn't expect it to just start, like, muting itself with, like, no, like, actual decibels or anything. Like, it was fine on the call, but the OBS audio, for some reason, was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So, my response to this is not even audible, by the way, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. Like, there was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again, this is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And like that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
You know, I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. You know, the love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and it's what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated, and I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because, it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right, of the particular episodes or the that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out,
Right.
it aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million copies.
Dude, it's crazy.
10
How,
days.
how how does that make you feel? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, man. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but
Of course. I mean, everybody. Honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So
Yeah, I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But like aside
Yeah.
from that, this is like the first like real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool. And I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass. And you certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other, right? But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances, but it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where it's. I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday, so
oh, great.
I've been streaming it. Like, I am super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Oh,
where it
you
goes.
don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So was it the last set of was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines
Yeah.
are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. Like, I know probably like a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call like
Oh,
this, but it means
please.
a lot.
No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Like, again, it's a huge honor. Like, truly, I've had to like do my best to sit in this chair without like jumping up and enjoy this. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking
All right,
forward to
buddy.
hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah, can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for like an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. I saw a video today of a fedora tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat. And he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello?
Hi there. Can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's all right over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door. Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter,
What are
man?
you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro,
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea. but it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
Open this
leave,
fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
leave my house. You don't.
Are you okay? Is everyone
We
in
are
this house
okay.
okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's going to be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
You open the door, please.
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden, which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, like, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, like, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, like, throwing these, like, puny kicks and stuff. And now he's about to get a lot more wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod, like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community. To get out of here. That kind of thing.
No, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. I'd hit you with that Banjo-Kazooie because we got a wacky one coming in hot today. Over the years, I've made quite a few videos clowning on those promo videos or PR material, PR campaign type pitches from really out-of-touch politicians where they're trying to do something, but they're extremely bad at it. It's very clear they're really unfamiliar with what they're doing, so it's all just really fake and performative. That one politician who was pretending to fill up his truck, and it was abundantly clear he had no fucking clue how to pump his own gas. I don't remember who that was now at this point. But I've always enjoyed laughing at those things, and today I saw a really interesting one here from Christy Gnome that had me giggling.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Now, I know this video isn't super new. It's from 2025, but a buddy of mine sent it to me, and I've just been kind of giggling about it, so I wanted to yap. It's just so comical. I couldn't resist here. This drooling moron is pointing the gun directly at that dude's head. I can't believe this shit wasn't shut down immediately. It's just so embarrassing. This is absurd. And I bet there's probably a lot of cope out there from people saying, no, I bet it's not actually pointed at the guy's head. It probably clears it. We just can't really tell from the camera angle. But I would argue, wiggling my finger, we can actually tell a lot from the camera angle and also from that dude's response to it, his reaction to it, because it seems like he noticed and side-eyed it and took a little bit of an uncomfortable shimmy backwards, and even then I don't think he fully got out of line with the muzzle. This is still, at the end of the day, something you just don't do. I feel like most people, even their first time handling a gun, would most likely not point it directly down the fucking gullet of their friend next to them. I imagine most people's instinct would be to point it away from them, like most people would do it at the ground. That's the normal thing to do. So what the fuck is this? Has she just had so much filler put into her face over the years that some of it has started to seep through the blood-brain barrier and she gave herself a lobotomy? This is just nuts. It just feels extremely performative, and it makes me feel like she's never actually handled a gun in her life outside of the time she shot her dog. No one who has had any level, even the most rudimentary understanding of firearms, would do what she is doing here. And the agent to her left noticed it, looked a little freaked out for a second, then took a slight step back to maybe get the barrel a little outside of his fucking temple that it was pointed at. But I can't believe they didn't shut that shit down. Are they paying attention? Are they lucid? I don't know how that was allowed to persist throughout the entire video. Even if the gun is not loaded, it doesn't matter. The very first rule of handling firearms, and this doesn't matter if you're John Wick or fucking Paul Cheeseburger that just happened to go to a local gun range, the very first rule of handling firearms is to treat every gun as if it were loaded. And boy howdy, let me tell you, you'll never guess what the second rule of firearm safety is that Christy just wipes her whole asshole with. Don't point a gun at something you don't intend to destroy. It doesn't matter your level of experience. These two things, the first and second rule, are drilled into your head immediately upon any kind of training or any kind of course, or if you even just went for 30 minutes with your frat brothers to a fucking shooting range. They hammer these points home because they are so important. I can't imagine a world where someone handles a gun without knowing at least these two things. Even if you've never shot a gun, you have probably heard both of these rules before. They are that popular and that well known. And yet, here she is, pointing a gun at that dude's noodle right next to her. It's crazy, and it really makes me question what their training must look like if they're letting this clown march in there and flag him like that for the entire duration of the video. It's so painfully cringe. Even if she just like quickly Googled how to handle a rifle or asked AI like, hey Grok, how do I handle a rifle for this promo video I'm filming? The first two things it will tell you, most likely, are to treat it as though it's loaded, even if it's not, and to not point it at something you don't intend to shoot. I actually just tried it myself. I don't use AI for anything, but Google has the AI overview on everything that you search, so I just typed in how to handle a rifle, and literally the first two things it says: handle a rifle safely by always treating it as loaded, keeping the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. It's so embarrassing. I guess she'd been watching some action movies or maybe reading comic books, so wanted to strike a cool pose that she might have saw somewhere there. And like the agent next to her is pointing in the same direction, but I can't imagine there's like a 7-foot tall dude right next to him that's getting the fucking muzzle like straight down his gullet like he is here from her. So I can't imagine he's flagging anyone off camera. But Christy, hooey, she clearly is. In front of God and anime, we can see that she is flagging this man like a motherfucker. I can't believe they wouldn't teach her just like the basic fundamentals of handling a weapon. Like, not even muzzle awareness or anything, so they just let her flag him for the whole video. And I know I've just used that term multiple times in quick succession. I'll briefly explain what it means. I've been on a real revolver kick recently, so this is my newest one. It's a Smith & Wesson 45. It's unloaded. I would never point a loaded weapon at you, but it's this. That was me flagging you. You noticed how the muzzle pointed directly at you there? I've heard one person refer to it as sweeping, but I was taught flagging, so that's always been the nomenclature I use. So when you flag someone, it's when you unintentionally point the muzzle of a firearm at them. It's a big no-no. As you can imagine, it's something people take pretty seriously because no one wants to get shot. And in this video, it is so fucking obvious Christy has no clue what she is doing. Obviously what you're supposed to do, and it doesn't take some kind of enlightened super genius intellect to put this puzzle together, you're supposed to point a firearm in a safe direction. So typically, that'll be people pointing it at the ground, which is exactly what Christy should have done in this video here, but instead she wanted to hit the goddamn Yosemite Sam here, just blasting the muzzle right at that dude's skull. I cannot believe nobody stopped her from doing that, and I can't believe that guy noticed it and then still let it continue. He just took like a slight step back, but he still didn't even fully get out of the way from the muzzle, it doesn't seem. It's such a fucking disaster here of incompetence. Now, if she was completely alone and she wants to hold the gun like that, okay, I suppose. I'm guilty of doing that too. I have a picture of me when I cosplayed as John Wick with my AR where I'm pointing it in the air on the back of a fucking dirt bike. But I was completely alone in that photo. There was no one around me. And so, like, that one's a little bit different than her pointing it right at that guy's head. Anyway, though, just wanted to, to make fun of this a bit. That's it. So, yeah. I want to highlight a hero. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine mass school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father, and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there. Tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was going to pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges, and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. See ya. I just learned about another TikTok prankster facing multiple years in the slammer for absolutely trash pranks of just being a nuisance to society and harassing fast food employees for their content, treating them like props, like subhuman objects for them to be exploited for his content. This is the story of Heston James, who right now is looking down that soggy pipe of potentially 9 years in jail, which is a substantial amount of time. That's more than, like, actual super criminals that do unforgivable, unfathomable, heinous evil. But they are really coming after this prankster in particular, and I've seen on TikTok there's a huge movement about how his pranks are, like, harmless and stuff, because he's apparently the guy who, like, did screaming in department stores or something to annoy the workers, which is cringe garbage, but I guess ultimately harmless, and that's what they're saying he got arrested for? It's not. Also, that mentality can suck my whole cock. Yes, it is harmless, no one's getting hurt or anything, and it is a step up from the average TikTok prank, which at this point is just assault, so it's better than that, but it's still a pile of garbage. You are just bothering and making the days much worse for just normal, hard-working people that are just trying to get by. And he knows, and these pranksters know, they can't do anything back because they're not allowed to. They will get in trouble. They might lose their job, and it's very difficult to find a job these days. They don't want to lose their income. They need it to survive. So he goes in there and takes advantage of that for his content. And the content is at the employee's expense. The joke is pointing and laughing at the employees for their reaction to the screams and shit. It's humiliating them. That's not fair. I think that shit really sucks. He got arrested for the pranks where he would go interrupt businesses with hordes of his fucking clowns, his circus troupe that he brings with him, and just spends a handful of minutes taking over their job and berating them, saying how bad they're doing, so we're from corporate, we're taking over, and just harassing these employees. Just normal, everyday civilians just trying to go about their day, doing their job. And this guy just comes in to make it worse, which is all pranksters ever do, just this fucking miasma, this plague that sweeps through and is just a scourge to just the normal, everyday person. So he would go in with a bunch of people and like take over their job, doing this exclusively to just normal employees at normal businesses. And one of them even got a bit physical where they went to like Pep Boys, and some of his goober-ass friends, I guess, were like bumping into the owner to push by him, and then even getting like a little handsy, taking things and using things on cars while they pretended to work on the cars at the auto shop, and actually putting themselves in danger, like getting underneath the car while it was still like up, so they could have actually just died there as well. So contrary to the misinformation they shit down your throat on TikTok about Heston James, where they're trying to like fight for justice for Heston or whatever, his squealing in department stores wasn't what got him arrested. It was these pranks where he actually went and harassed the employees directly and even allegedly got a bit physical and put people in danger doing it as well. That's what he got taken into custody for and what he's facing the charges from. And if I'm being honest, I do think 9 years is too much for what you're about to see. But I do think a precedent needs to be set because pranks are completely out of control. TikTokers hear the word prank and basically just go out and harass and assault people for pranks for the most part. One guy even poisoned food. Like, I already talked about that guy. I'm not going to regurgitate. But one guy thought pranking was literally poisoning food that could have killed people. That was the prank, by the way. So something needs to change. I do think he should face like serious punishment for it, but I think 9 years is too much. You see the EW body cam of the TikTok prankster? I actually have that up right here because that was in the recommended when I pulled that last one up. So I have not seen this. I assume this would be the body cam of the AI pranks guy, but I don't think it is, just based on this.
Come on, everyone, come on. Everyone,
you think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
Nice. Good job mopping that.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
So what is this?
When a TikTok prank draws millions of views online, a young influencer sets out to top it with an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt...
It's crazy how every TikTok prankster literally looks exactly the same. Every single one of them looks just like this. They must be made in some kind of like cringe lab or something.
With an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos and violence, the attention it brings...
Jesus, even the people that he brought with him look exactly the same. Oh my god, they're all clones. Jesus Christ. It's like when Obi-Wan Kenobi went and met Jango Fett. Holy fuck.
Into chaos and violence, the attention it brings is not the kind he had in mind. After the manager, Emma, reported an unusual encounter at the restaurant.
A Lovecraftian horror experience.
Tell me what happened.
Cosmic being came through.
I had a customer.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your personal sizes have been lacking, so I'm here to make sure you guys are staying in check. Get out my door. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on?
What is up with the frames here? Why is it so laggy?
These are my workers.
How many times did the police download this TikTok? It's all fucked up. They deep fried it.
No, you have to let get out of my store. Mom, I need everyone cleaning. Doing a great job, sir. Hey. Nice. Good job mopping that. I need workers to check that the chicken's all right. No. Get out my store. Pick this up. Get the napkins stopped over here.
Man, there really is only one good TikTok trend, and it's the Scientology raids. It's just always shit like this, and it's always to fast food employees. Genuinely, every single time. What fucking losers, man. What a shame.
Got you, boss.
The group of fake workers all appeared to be dressed in Chipotle-branded hats and T-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior, some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
I just don't even understand who could laugh at this. I genuinely don't even see where it could even be misconstrued as humorous. It's just lame. And it was getting millions of views, apparently. Even by TikTok prank standards, it's just boring. Like, it's just extremely boring.
Oh my God, no, get out of my store. Wait, I'm store. You're doing a great job, sir. Now, good job mocking that. Who wants to go back in the back, check everything's good? Alright, everyone, we quit! Just play it. Done.
Do you want the incident?
Ha ha. God, this shit sucks so much ass. Like, it's just an unskippable cutscene. You just agonizingly have to wait for it to finish so the TikTok prankster gets its content. Fuck me. It's so awful. I think they meant if they were there. That's what I mean. Like, if you were in that scenario, all you can do is just sit there and just wait for it to end. There's no entertainment. It's just disruptive and annoying. It is so nothing that I couldn't even see myself getting angry at it. I would just be so annoyed. I'd just be sitting there bored. Like, you took an average day and you made it slightly worse. And now the workers have to spend their time dealing with it, and so now she's got to get everything under control again now. Like, it's just so ass. It's all clout chasing. They want to be hated because they want the attention even if it's negative. Well, I know that, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even hate any of them. They're just lame. Like, I can't even muster enough ire because this shit is so ass. Like, you can't get mad at a pile of dog shit for stinking.
He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account @TerraClout is owned by 24-year-old Heston James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at
It's crazy that this is just a different guy than the last prankster I was just shitting on. Actual fucking carbon copy NPCs of one another. This has to be a government experiment, right? To churn out this kind of person. Like, it's copy-paste. It's crazy.
This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
All right, yo, what's going on over here? Hey, it's a little early. Both the cops, dude. I got the place.
Heston James back with another banger.
Okay, everyone, let's go. Everyone, let's go to the next shop. Well done. Let's go. Hey, I got a bunch of guys.
According to police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to...
I feel like if you laugh at these kind of pranks, you need to be Baker acted. Like, for your own good. And, like, that's the whole prank. That was the whole thing. They go up, interrupt the business, pretend to work on the car, and then leave. That's the joke?
Who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned that those concerns became
True.
a reality during the group's final prank of the day, when they were dispatched to a Pet Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate.
Oh no. I didn't get to see his side profile till right now. Poor dude lost his whole fucking jawline. Someone stole his chin. That's what we need to work on. There's a fucking maniac on the loose. They stole this guy's entire fucking jaw. Goodness gracious.
Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got stuff for you, yo. Everyone, check the oil. Check the oil. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
The incident ended in a clean getaway for the pranksters. The one at Pet Boys took a very different turn. The manager explains that when the fake employees began trying to work on customers' cars, he armed himself with a torque wrench and told them all to leave.
Everybody out. Get the out of the shop. Get out.
Attaboy.
They were backing out. And
That's what I like to
the
hear.
manager was in front of the van. They started moving towards it, so I took the crowbar and I hit the windshield to get the driver to stop. And that's where I saw that, yeah.
All right, here we go. That's some good news.
As well as both the driver and passenger side windows were shattered before the group escaped.
Posted, that's the Big Brand Tire there on Southern and Mill.
Yep.
You need to go and talk to that kid. He has people driving by his location and heckling him as he's trying to work. It happened last week.
Oh.
What's crazy to me is the people that are watching that prank are old enough to drive. That's fucking tragic, man. They're already down the path of just being an unlikable, insufferable loser. Oh, they're already too poisoned. They're too far gone.
He was the one that actually in the video reached down and yanked the kid out from underneath the car. Because the engine was just sitting there balanced on a 2x4 because the transmission was out of the car and he didn't want that kid getting crushed.
Oh, Jesus.
They're crawling under cars and stuff. Their buddy leans against the rack. He pushes that thing down. You think that kid's gonna think it was funny at that point that he killed his friend? Probably not.
Yes! Yes, man, that's views on TikTok. You're trying to reason with the unreasonable. If that happened, the only thought that would be going through their mind is, are they getting in trouble? And if the answer is no, how can they monetize it and milk it for views? 1000%. There's no reason to even try and, appeal to human emotion because it's completely absent from these fucking worms.
1 week later, on July 23, 2025, police prepare to arrest 24-year-old Heston James at his home and execute a search warrant.
They had food delivered about 10 minutes ago, so there are people home.
Tempe Police Department, we have a search warrant. You need to come to the front door with nothing in your hands.
Heard something.
Quickly, call the clown car. Get your boys here.
Hey guys, we know
Heston.
you're inside. We have a search warrant for the residents. You have to come to the front door.
Heston, get your mechanics out here. Come on, where's the clown car dudes? Where's the bang bus, Heston?
Stuff moving inside.
Come outside and I'll show it to you. Okay.
Dude, looks like a cryptid. Oh man, the way he wandered out there.
Put your hands on your back. Okay. So it's the pranks that you've been doing, all over at the auto shops and at the Chipotle and stuff. I'm not going to say anything until the lawyer present. That's fine, but I'll show you the search warrant.
Good call, Heston.
To grab
Meta AI glasses likely used to record the pranks, as well as uniforms bearing the logos of multiple businesses, including Chick-fil-A, UPS, Target, Home Depot.
Oh my god, he was about to go on a rampage. We just stopped a fucking serial prankster. Oh my god, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Holy shit. So many other businesses and just normal employees that they were going to annoy and harass. All spared. Fuck. They were in full swing. Jesus. We just prevented a national tragedy.
And Raising Cane's. Along with these items, police uncover what appears to be Heston's journal.
This is the most important year of my life, and I can't waste a single day. I will use this book to keep me accountable. Heston, don't think the most important year of your life got off to the best start, bro. There is no outcome where I don't succeed. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Poor dude also just listens to the platitudes on the goddamn self-help affirmations. Goal for the end of the year is 1 million followers. That's your only goal? Like in life, that's it? A nice little peek inside the psyche. That is the only thing they care about. Wow.
Incident, he writes, I have no other choice but to make this work by any means possible. I will give my family the best life due to my hard work. I cannot afford to miss a single day. This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges.
Your hard work, bro. What hard work? You just go harass fast food employees and minimum wage workers in other locations as well. That's not hard work, brother. I'm sure his family's proud. They must be. He's a real winner.
This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges, Dave questioned whether or not there would also be consequences for those who helped him.
All the 20 people that were a part of it, they all need to be charged with trespassing and criminal mischief.
Which is a little bit more difficult because...
But I agree. I agree with that guy.
That's the hard part. Good luck with that. He probably paid these guys.
No! Are you out of your mind? He probably paid... He paid him an exposure, bro. He did not pay these guys. He's so green. It's cute. His naivety is cute. These fucking pathetic losers do this shit for free for these pranksters. The prankster tries to monetize it and make a career out of it. His goofball friends do it totally for free just because they're brain-dead idiots. Just lobotomites that mindlessly follow. He didn't pay them, man. He did not pay them, I promise you. There's no doubt in my mind they didn't see a single penny. And he's not rev-splitting it either, not with 20 dudes. That's not happening.
Their hair, yeah.
According to court documents, 24-year-old Heston James Cobb was indicted on 3 counts of felony burglary in the 3rd degree, 3 counts of felony criminal impersonation, 2 counts of criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the case is still ongoing.
Looks like he's looking at 9 years, apparently, if the TikTokers that are opining on it are correct. That's pretty steep. That is a lot of charges he racked up there. Man, they're fucking coming after him big time. 9 years seems a bit much, but he should definitely spend a pretty not insignificant amount of time in jail, I think. Not even because I think his pranks are some of the worst or anything, or most egregious, but there needs to be a precedent. Because right now, it's just the Wild West. This guy, the AI prankster, and they always keep elevating. We have the people that actually assault people for pranks, harass people. There needs to be a crackdown on it. So maybe it starts with him. Give him like 3 years in jail or something. I think that'd send a very strong message. 9 seems overkill. Didn't Johnny Somali get less years in charges? Yeah, it's true. But again, if they settle for something like a 3-year stay in the slammer, I think that's perfect. Then I think that would be an extremely strong deterrent from other fucking dumb assholes on TikTok that are doing these ridiculous pranks. Occasionally a new movie will come out and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting like at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0% and it's been 4 days. And the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is, a movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have like a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked. Does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that, maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer, is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here, because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the Psycho Killer are the only two characters that, like, even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the Psycho Killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off, because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie, and it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills, like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get, like, creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So, like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he, like, stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just, bang! Alright, now I'll drive away. So, like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the Psycho Killer. And now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's, like, making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, and then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code, and it basically says, "So you're enlightened, give me a ring, here's my telephone number." So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, "Go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, it's not good, you go home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, it's ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun," that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, higher level people advising her not to, but it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is like confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously it never works out. FBI shows up late, obviously. It's just, there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to like a Satan house where like there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, "Yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw." And the Satanic Slasher's being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy, and it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual like video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant. The trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, "My God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all." And then one of the security guards is like, "Wait, there might be another way in." And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass, and he's like, "Yeah, that's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here." And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. And he gives a big, like, Satan speech at the end. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the Satanic Slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across, like, a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So like all the mass murderers are actually like government experiments that they turn loose. And then at the end of the movie, after she kills the Psycho Killer, but he doesn't actually die, he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist! They are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, like the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. Like, I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. Like, it's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent. Like, I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. Last night was the Game Awards, and there was a stat that chat was regurgitating that I didn't believe. I thought it was so outlandish they must have escaped from a mental institution and were spewing a bunch of mumbo-jumbo until I checked and verified the authenticity. The claim was that last year's Game Awards had higher viewership than the Super Bowl. And I said, well, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks, no way. Super Bowl had like 120-something million viewers. It was like the most watched Super Bowl ever. No way the Game Awards beat that. Turns out it did. Jeff Keighley hung his hog on the Super Bowl numbers. 154 million global viewers. Now, Super Bowl is an event that mainly only Americans care about. I get that. Game Awards is international. But even still, those numbers blew my fucking mind. Blew my ass out. So, it is like a super big deal. And I watch the Game Awards every year, but had no idea it was this big. And now that I have this knowledge locked away in the old steel trap up here, it makes the Game Awards final reveal from last night even more odd, just peculiar. Because it is a blunder. That is the most important final reveal. And last night, boy howdy did that one fall flat, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people have criticized Jeff Keighley, like playfully teasing about how he'll overhype things that don't warrant that level of glaze or, anticipation. Where Jeff Keighley will sometimes, get you like biting your nails, like, holy shit, what's he about to reveal? Because he's hyping it up so much. Like, in my numerous decades in the industry, I've never been this excited. This is my honor, my privilege. This is the apotheosis of gaming. I present to you the world premiere for The Poop That Took a P2, as he's starting to get like tears in his eyes for it. And it's like, well, I think you oversold this one a bit, to be honest with you. Though, one that people point to is from last year where he revealed Okami. I do not think that's a good example of that, because that is not overhyped. That genuinely is extremely exciting. I fucking love Okami and cannot wait for the new Okami. But he does have a history of doing that occasionally, and last night was one of those examples for the final reveal.
Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game.
If that doesn't put a boner in your trousers, nothing will. You cannot have a more hype introduction than that right there. Those sentences alone could make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And when I was watching this live, I actually thought for a moment we might be seeing a Titanfall 3 or at the very least a spiritual successor to Titanfall. But that's where they get you. Jeff's got you eating out of the palm of his hands right now. You're hook, line, and sinker buying into this delusion. Like I have said for a long time, we will probably not see a Titanfall 3. Unfortunately, I think EA is going to kegel on that property forever and never use it for anything ever again because they didn't perform financially well for them. Even though these games are beloved, I don't think we'll ever see a new entry into this franchise. But I really was starting to buy into the fantasy here because he's mentioning that a lot of people responsible for those masterpieces have broken off and are now pursuing something new. together, and you're expecting like maybe it's in a similar vein to Titanfall. You know, Professor Utonium's in the lab and he's putting together all the ingredients of the perfect little shooter. But that wasn't what was on the menu. Instead, what was served up on the plate was a seemingly standard hero shooter. Now, I always have a great time watching the Game Awards. This year I also had a lot of fun watching it. I just really don't understand why they would save this game as their final reveal, which is like always the most important reveal because it's the one that sticks with the viewers the longest. And it's usually reserved for the one that's going to fucking have them, you know, gushing grannies. And having a generic hero shooter be in that place feels really odd, and a lot of people have been kind of clowning on it for it.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me. Forming. Blade out.
Siege tower coming in.
It's not the most exciting looking game. It's not going to put you on the edge of your seat there. And it does give me a similar vibe to Concord when that was revealed, unfortunately. And a lot of people have taken to calling this Concord 2. Even though the game's not out or anything yet, it does kind of have a lot of similar DNA to it from the look of the gameplay here. And it just feels like a game that shouldn't have been saved for last as like the big oorah. This should have just been a game that they show somewhere in the middle or towards the beginning where it's like, hey, this game's also right around the corner if you want another hero shooter. Like if you're really salivating for more hero shooter action, here comes Highguard. Like that makes sense. It just doesn't really compute why they would have this be the final reveal. I think what would have fit here best actually was the Star Wars KOTOR game. They have a new KOTOR coming out called Fate of the Old Republic, and that was extremely hype. I think if they had saved Fate of the Old Republic for the final reveal, that would have been a big pop-off moment. Because that is something that a ton of people, myself included, cannot wait for. And now I need to go back and replay KOTOR 1 and 2, because it is so cool. That is something people have really wanted. Whereas with Highguard, I feel like there's more people asking for the common cold than more hero shooters. And especially from such a talented team that have put together games like Titanfall, you would hope that they'd spread their wings a bit more than just like a hero shooter game. So it's just one of those things that is underwhelming for a final game reveal. Anyway though, I had a great time watching the Game Awards. As I do every year, it's become a tradition, and I always think Jeff Keighley and his team put on a really impressive and really entertaining show, and I really appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Though I will say I think this year there is a lesson to be learned in the amount of nominations a game can get. With the E33 sweep, I do think there maybe needs to be some kind of limitations in place. I said from the second the credits rolled on that game that it was special, and it is in my top 20 favorite games of all time. I think it is a full-blown, full fucking chub masterpiece. But that being said, I don't think it should be in every category that it was in, even if it could fit into that category. Like the most contentious is the indie game category. While yes, it is by definition an indie game, I do feel like it shouldn't be there to give room to other games to shine in that category. Like, it is an unbelievable game. And by being as good as it is and in every category that it was present, it drowned out a lot of other extremely impressive games from this year. 2025 was genuinely an amazing year for games. There were so many super slappers, absolute bangers out the wazoo, but if you only watched the Game Awards, you would think that it was just Expedition 33, really. And that's a shame. I do think E33 deserves like the Game of the Year win and many of its other wins, because I do think that does epitomize what the games industry should be about. A team of passionate creators that all banded together under very unlikely circumstances with a very wild way of assembling this team of creatives to create something that's really not been done before to the degree in which they did it with the budget that they had, apparently less than $10 million. It is an unreal story, and the person at the head of Sandfall, he is like a gamer's gamer. That guy, I've watched a couple of his interviews, he is always singing the praises of the GOATs that have came before him, and he's not just doing lip service, he knows his shit. Like, this is a guy who lives and breathes this medium that wanted to do something truly special in it, and I think they succeeded, and it's great to see the reception be as positive as it is to their art. I'm very happy for that team, and I think it deserves all of the glaze that it gets. But when it comes to the Game Awards, I just think it would have been best if it was reserved for, a handful of the categories that it was nominated in. And I also think that would have been better for Expedition 33 overall as well, because when people who aren't overly familiar with it see it keep winning everything, it makes them tired of it. It makes them soured on E33 as a whole. I saw a comparison drawn by a lot of people about like the Patriots when they were on their dynasty run winning everything. People fucking hated the Patriots because they were so good. Expedition 33 is having a similar phenomenon. It won so much, people now just hate it by default. Like they don't want to engage with it anymore. They'd rather spit and shit on it and that kind of thing. I just overall feel like less is more in this case, where it'd be in its strongest categories, like voice acting, narrative, music, and game of the year, that kind of thing, as opposed to like 13 categories, because it is a lot, and it does unfortunately push out some of the other extremely good games from the year. Like Kingdom Come 2 didn't win anything, when I feel like, by all definitions, it should have won Best RPG of the Year. It's just, I love Expedition 33, and I'm super happy to see it do so well. But for the awards here, I would really have liked to be able to celebrate some of the other great games that also came out this year. Like I said, this was an extraordinary year for banger titles releasing, especially in the indie category. So many good indie games came out this year. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. So yep. Review bomb battles aren't rare, but they are embarrassing. And right now there is a bloody showdown going on between Breaking Bad fans and Game of Thrones fans.
The most recent episode, In the Name of the Mother, was originally sitting at a 10 out of 10, which is quite common when a really good episode of a show releases, because fans will flood the ratings with 10 out of 10s before it eventually settles a little bit lower when the less hardcore fans give it a rating. But there wasn't really a chance for this to happen. Soon after release, the episode started getting review bombed, as you can see by this perfectly natural voting distribution. I guess the show is either a 1 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
This shit is always so cringe. I've said it a million times. I think Breaking Bad is a perfect television series, and this episode in particular, I think 1000% deserves a 10 out of 10. Till the cows come home. If the universe lasts another 10 billion years before the heat death, I hope at that moment Ozymandias will still have a 10 out of 10 rating, because that's what it's earned. I think it is an incredible masterpiece. But that doesn't mean that nothing else can ever be a 10 out of 10. There can only be one. Shit. Even the Sith in the fucking Star Wars universe had the rule of 2 at the very least. It's ridiculous how there's like this gatekeeping of 10 out of 10 from the Breaking Bad fans. So anytime something even starts to like encroach on that sacred ground, on the Ozymandias sacred ground, they start review bombing it without ever having seen it at all, just to fuck it. It's so embarrassing. Like, there's a group of people in every fandom that for some reason take it so seriously that they put the achievements and the accolades of the property they're a fan of on their own soul. So in this case, there are people whose entire identity and personality revolves around being a defender of Breaking Bad and ensuring that this 10 out of 10 remain unsullied by anything else coming close, and they'll fight tooth and nail for it. It's just so embarrassing because, like, they feel personally attacked because another show has an extremely good episode, like in this case, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms with In the Name of the Mother. I am a huge fan of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I already made a video recently glazing it, which thankfully has not aged poorly or anything because this show is only getting better. The finale airs tonight. I'm extremely pumped for it. And I think that this was an incredible episode of the television show. Do I think it would have stayed a 10 out of 10 without the review bombing? No, I don't think so, because it's not a 10 out of 10 episode. Very few things are. It probably would have settled in like the 9-7-ish range if I had to spitball, but the fact that it got review bombed in there and just fucking dragged to hell for the crime of just being an extremely good episode of a television series is so fucking silly.
Well, due to having a 10 out of 10, and the only other episode of a show with a 10 out of 10 being Ozymandias from Breaking Bad, when the review bombing started, people were quick to blame Breaking Bad fans. And I'm sure a lot of the review bombers were, but also some people just like causing chaos. Well, anyway, the news that Breaking Bad fans were review bombing the show went viral, and in turn, Game of Thrones fans decided to retaliate, review bombing Ozymandias, which held a rating of 10 out of 10 for basically 13 years. But after the recent review bombing, is now sitting at a 9.7 with a massive 71,000 one-star reviews.
That is a very good point. There's no 100% confirmed evidence to suggest every single one-star review bomb that came out of nowhere was from Breaking Bad fans or anything. There definitely are people that just want to poo-poo on anyone's fun and do what they can to shove a little misery wherever they are able to. So it's definitely possible it's just people that did it for the sake of, fuck you guys and that's it. But there were some very vocal Breaking Bad fans going through the marching orders of review bombing this and getting a lot of people on their side to do it, at least from what I saw. And what is clear is after that story went viral, as Dolan Darkus said, then Game of Thrones fans responded by review bombing Ozymandias, and now it is no longer at the 10 out of 10, which is that's an affront to God. Because I do think it is a 10 out of 10 episode. There's a reason why it's held a 10 out of 10 for 13 years. And now it's gone. Fizzled. Over what? Why? Why spill this blood? Why can't multiple shows be extremely good? Why can't there be 10 out of 10 episodes in more shows? I would rather that world as opposed to just one 10 out of 10 ever made. I don't see why Breaking Bad fans get upset if there's another show that gets, teetering on a 10 out of 10 or extremely close, whatever, that they feel they need to start review bombing to keep it in line so that way there's only ever one. I would much rather a world where many shows are having 10 out of 10 masterpiece performances because that's much more entertaining than just getting served dog shit.
Similar things have also happened in the past with Attack on Titan fans and Breaking Bad fans review bombing each other. You can tell it's bad because the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which actually hasn't even released yet, has also been review bombed. The entire thing is basically just next level unemployed activities.
True. Dolan's right. So yeah, even the episode that's airing in a couple of hours from now is already been review bombed here because of this pointless loser fight.
Here's some of the more pathetic reviews from either side. We've got this Breaking Bad fan giving it a 1 out of 10 and saying, Game of Thrones can never be a percent of Breaking Bad. Bunch of cornball fighting over this medieval slop, just stories of kings and kingdoms. I have seen better in that genre too, but this is too overrated, and review bombings won't even change the fact that Breaking Bad has been 10 out of 10 for more than a decade. And Game of Thrones, even in hundreds of years with hundreds of sloppy spin-offs, can never do it for once.
Jesus Christ, Junior, from the sound of your message here, it doesn't even sound like you were alive when Breaking Bad was airing. Holy fuck, did he write that review on construction paper with a box of crayons? My God. I think that is the perfect epitome for these review bombing soldiers here, the champions on the front lines of these review bomb battles between fandoms. That right there is the perfect summation of their mentality. Actual baby brain.
And we've got this one from a Game of Thrones fan. The last thing you're ever going to see is a Game of Thrones fan smiling down at you as you loose your rating. When people ask what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for Breaking Bad. Not every story is about a chemistry teacher with ego issues. Some episodes are about character depth, atmosphere, tension before the storm, subtle storytelling.
Holy Redditor, I can actually hear the grease and fedora slipping off of his cranium as he typed that one up. To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand review bombing, am I right? Oh my goodness gracious.
It's just embarrassing, man. I mean, I guess Breaking Bad fans were the ones who started it. The best outcome I can think of is that IMDb just wipes all the fake ratings from both shows over the last few days, and the people involved go out and apply for a job or something. You're allowed to like both shows, guys. It's not a competition. Thanks for slopping by.
I don't know if that's something IMDb often does with getting rid of baloney, bogus reviews that are very clearly like this, a review bombing back and forth buttfuck fest. I don't know if they do that, but if they don't, probably should. I think it is such a crime that because of all of this hoopla Ozymandias is no longer a 10 out of 10. And as Dolan said, it does seem like Breaking Bad fans were the ones that started this just completely unnecessary nonsense review bombing war, all because A Night of the Seven Kingdoms had a banger episode that was doing really well on IMDb. And now look where we are. All this bloodshed for what? Nothing to show for it. War. War never changes. Yeah, review bombs are cringe. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. You might be surprised to learn that there's big drama bubbling over in regards to the Super Mario Galaxy movie and the reception to it. So, in a nutshell, there's actually a few different things going on. A lot of bloody battles being fought with mangled corpses left in the wake. The Thunderdome that's claimed the most souls here is about the critic score versus the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. People are having a fiery conversation, a lot of shit and spit flying about the discrepancy between the two, arguing that it illustrates that critics are just this worthless fungus that are out of touch and don't represent like real taste, and the audience score is the only reliable metric on Rotten Tomatoes. And I actually half agree. I'm not exactly the biggest fist-pumping enthusiast for critic scores. I'll often check like what critics are saying about a new game or a new movie or show that's come out just to kind of get a gauge of what to expect when going into it, but I never take their word as gospel, and whatever the score they give it isn't something that computes in my head and changes the way I view it, but it is something I at least look at, though I don't put a ton of stock into it. And this is coming from someone who always gives an opinion on like new games, movies, and shows. I do that very often, but I would never consider myself a critic. I'm just a fucking guy who goes and watches a bunch of shit and plays a bunch of shit, and I'll just tell you what I thought of it. That's kind of the end of that. Not a whole lot else to digest there. So you can agree or disagree with it till the cows come home. I'm never really trying to give some kind of like objective metric on if something was actually like amazing or dog shit. Just in my eyes, if it was great or poo-poo. But I fully, whole hog, full chub disagree with the other half of the argument that the audience scores is the one that's actually indicative of the quality of something. I have screamed this from the mountaintops for years that Rotten Tomatoes, Jesus Christ, I sound like an actual Neanderthal. Rotten Tomatoes audience score is almost as useless as Pam Bondi. It's not like that's somehow more reliable in any way, shape, or form. Now, critic reviews, especially in recent times, are extremely all over the place and, oftentimes very out of touch. I agree with that. But audience scores, it's not like they're free from that sin either. Basically, every movie ever that comes out has a pretty high audience score on Rotten Tomato, no matter how terrible it is. Something could hit the theaters tomorrow, The Haunting of Titty Nippleless, and it'll be the worst thing your eyes have ever seen. Like, actually an affront to God. And then you'll check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like 75%. And genuinely, do this right now. Any movie that you've seen that you didn't like, check the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's probably pretty high. Like, recently, Scream 7 came out. That movie's pretty trash. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. Do this for anything. Look at one of the worst Disney movies to come out in recent memory, Snow White from last year. 69% on Rotten Tomatoes for the audience score. Look at the worst Marvel movies of the last half decade. 75%, 77%, 79%, 76%. It is a given that anything that comes out is going to have a pretty respectable Rotten Tomatoes audience score. It's almost a guarantee, like the sun rising every day. It's very, very rare to see like an actual catastrophic audience score for a film. Like even The Strangers Chapter 3 from last year, genuinely the conclusion to the worst horror trilogy ever made. And just as a reminder, in case you don't know, because a lot of you probably don't, they rebooted The Strangers. I'm not talking about The Strangers with Liv Tyler from way back in the day, which is a classic. They rebooted it with Chapter 1, 2, and 3. Genuinely the worst horror trilogy ever made. And the conclusion is perhaps one of the worst pieces of horror that has ever fucking contaminated the cinema. Even that has a 49% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. So I'm not a big believer that the audience score is somehow the correct metric. Because no matter what, it's always going to be significantly higher than it should ever have any right to be for things that are actually bad. So Super Mario Galaxy movie having a 90% doesn't mean that it's a masterpiece that just critics don't understand. It just means fans are very excited about it. and thus they go and just storm 10 out of 10 reviews, which jacks the score way up, and everything's always positive. Like, the audience score isn't much better than critics, is the point I'm making. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I gave you my thoughts on it a couple days ago. Overall, I think it is worse than the first Mario Brothers movie, which I actually really enjoyed. I think it is a huge step backwards. It is basically Jingling Keys, the movie. A lot of people are calling it that, and that's exactly what it is. It's a movie that has pretty much no substance at all. There's not even really a plot. There's a few plot elements that constantly are jumbled around. It is a mess in everything except for its visuals. Its animation is stunning. It's very colorful, and it's very fun animation to watch, especially with the fights, and the music is absolutely slapping. They got boner jams out the wazoo there, with very recognizable tracks remixed, and they sound great. But as a film, it is not very good. Basically, the film's formula is, here's something, and now that something is solved in the next 3 minutes. So that way they can get to the next something and just keep ham-fisting cameos till the cows come home the entire journey of this film. It is basically a movie that is all designed to just have you point at the screen going, oh, I recognize that, I get that reference. You know, it's basically like the Star Wars formula where fans, glup shitto out anytime they recognize something. That is the Super Mario Galaxy film. It is entirely built around just, here's like a small problem that is so small that we solve it in 2 minutes. So that way we can get to the next small thing and show you some more cameos, and then we can solve that real quick to get to the next thing. The story flows like it's actually a child playing with action figures and making up a story as they go along. And then Mario beats them, and then Bowser gets teleported out of the bee mines right after he hits the first rock, so he's reunited with his son, and then he forgets all about Mario and Luigi and their friendship, so that way they can blow up things in the universe with Planet Bowser, and then everything it gets solved real quick. It's just a mess. It is genuinely a mess. But like I said, it is Jingling Keys, the movie, so kids are absolutely going to love it. And that is mainly what it's catering to, more so than the first film. I thought the first film was enjoyable for anyone of all ages. It was just a good time. This is solely for children, I would say, or fans of the property that just want to point at the screen going, I remember that, or watching some fights that are cool. The fights are cool. It's just there's no real substance around them. Now, if you like it, all power to you. All I'm saying is, it's just not really a very good movie, I don't think. So there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. But now people are vilifying anyone that doesn't like it, saying like, oh, they're expecting it to be Shawshank Redemption, this kid's movie. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous how anyone would dare critique a children's film. It's just amazing how far we've devolved, where now kids' films and kids' shows and anything geared towards kids is just expected to be trash. Like, it's just accepted that it's just going to be slop, sludge, garbage, just radioactive ooze. And if you try and, like, point out, some flaws in it, you're the bad guy. It's weird to say that something like this has problems. It makes no sense to me, because it's not like we were always this way. Look at the Emoji Movie. The Emoji Movie came out like a decade ago, and everyone hated that. Everyone was critiquing it, rightfully so. It was a dog shit film, but it was solely for children. If the Emoji Movie came out today, I bet people would keep this same energy of, well, why are you critiquing the Emoji Movie? It's for kids. This is dumb. It does exactly what it needs to do. My kids love it, which means it's the perfect film. You're dumb for pointing out flaws. It's just very interesting to see how we've reached this point in a pretty short period of time. Just because something is catered towards a young audience doesn't mean it has to be bad. Take, for example, Transformers 1, to go from recent memory. That is an animated feature film that is geared towards children, but it's also just a genuinely good movie. And there's plenty of other examples to pull from, like Toy Story. I just find it so fucking lame that we're in this era where the prevailing perspective is, yeah, it's a kid's movie, so of course it's gotta be slop. Get over it. Like, that's like the main perspective now. Very fucking dumb. But by far the dumbest part of this genre, and what I've been saving for last, the best part of it, is now Super Mario Galaxy has been fully politicized. Like, now it's become a huge political battle about conservatives versus liberals, because, I mean, in the age of Twitter, it's gotta be. So I shit you not, there's been a huge debate about it, because people are saying, all these critics are giving Mario Galaxy bad reviews because they're all woke fucking liberals that just can't tolerate a good old-fashioned conservative film with conservative values. Which blew me away, which, like, I found it to be a crazy take, but this tweet right here is one that I've seen reposted on a ton of pages. The protagonist is male. There are no black people. There are no homosexuals. The main romance is heterosexual. If your movie meets these standards, it will be vilified by the media. Different iterations of that have been spewed out and regurgitated by the thousands of drones that do rage bait on Twitter, the blue check marks. But this is something that people are having a real conversation about, which is crazy because the last Mario Brothers movie was applauded far more by most people, myself included. It was just a better film. But it was the same thing. Protagonist was male. There were no black characters. There were no homosexual characters. And the romance was still heterosexual. It's like they forgot that this is the sequel to a movie, and that the main complaint about this one is that it's worse than the last one. This film relies solely on, remember this, remember this, remember this, who gets this reference, who gets this reference, oh, come on, jingling keys, don't fall asleep, come on. It's just not very good. Like, I just don't feel it's as good as the last movie, and a lot of people share that sentiment. It has nothing to do with any of what this garbage they're spewing out is. That's the biggest fucking nothing burger ever. Because it is following the exact same formula from the last movie, it just does it worse. And really, if you want to dive into the nitty-gritty, Super Mario Galaxy is significantly more woke than the last Mario movie. By their standards of wokeness, this one turned the dial up past 10. This shit went turbo mode in wokeness. I feel like they haven't even seen the film and they're talking about it like this. Jiminy Christmas, one of the core elements of the plot here, one of the few plot elements they don't just forget about and wipe their ass with and abandon immediately, is the fact that Peach is a badass who doesn't need saving. She is now just fully capable of just clapping cheeks and saving her sister herself, and that sister connection is the strongest force in the universe. Big spoiler alert, the entire day is saved, the whole universe is saved by Peach and Rosalina touching hands, and the force of their sisterhood and their powers together combined instantly saved the day. By all of the definitions that they have ever talked about in regards to other films, this would be something that they would call a girl boss character and a woke film, but for some reason, now they're arguing the opposite. It's so peculiar. Because if you actually watch this movie and you are trying to follow their logic, then this film being more woke by their standards than the last one should mean that it has a higher critic score, like is more positively received by critics than the last one. But it's not. But the point is, this is just a complete nothing statement about it being, it's conservative versus liberal. That's what it all boils down to. It doesn't. It's just not really a great movie, and it's a huge step back from the last Mario Brothers movie. That's really it. It doesn't go deeper than that. Again, most of the formula is still exactly the same from the last one. They just do it worse and messier and rely significantly more on just cameos and remember this, remember that, who gets this reference, that kind of thing, which isn't overly great. And it's something that gets criticized often in other things like Star Wars. So all of a sudden now it's weird to say that that's like a negative about a film. It's just... the whole discourse around the Super Mario Galaxy movie is fucking wacky. I had to yap about it. I couldn't resist yapping about it. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. What note was that? These pipes can hit the most rare of musical notes. And speaking of music, I got some music for your ears right now. I got a wonderful melody. You ever heard of AI? Because, man, do we have some great news on that front. AMC's getting experimental. They're putting their grubby little paws into the AI short films cookie jar, and they are going to be screening AI short films at select theaters before trailers, with potential plans to expand nationwide. Which is exactly what everyone's been begging for. Anyone who's been to the cinema over the last 2 years has probably heard this time and time again. Man, I wish I could watch some AI-generated shorts before watching my movie. And finally, they're delivering. Better late than never, I always say. Now, if I may be so bold, and far be it from me to question the Galaxy Brain smarties over there at the old AMC think tank, but... what the fuck are you smoking? Like... this has got to be an actual, mythical crack pipe that they're passing around over there to think that this is a good idea. If you really wanted to ham fist shorts into the cinema experience before a movie plays, why would you take the plunge with AI shorts to begin with? Something that is universally hated. The only people that like AI animated shorts are like actual single-digit smooth brain worms that clap like seals at anything that makes noise. Like, this is so fucking stupid. If you're really hell-bent on bringing shorts into the theater before the movie plays, why not just play actual shorts created by real people and real talent? Like, it's not like shorts are a new thing. These have existed for as long as cameras have. So this isn't some brand new, unheard of thing only made possible thanks to the power of AI. They could have done this whenever they wanted to in the past. And they did dip their toes in occasionally with shorts that play before movies. But I just don't understand why now they want to make this big push for it. My speculation is they're probably getting paid oodles of clams for it, and every single industry is trying desperately to suckle from the titty of AI and anything even AI adjacent. That's my speculation. But I'd like to take this a step further and say that I think the idea of putting even more bloat before your movie plays is terrible. I feel like the people at AMC don't actually watch movies. They don't actually go to the theater and watch movies. I have timed every single experience I have had at the cinema for the last 2 years. So when I sit down, I time from the moment the trailers start to the moment the movie I paid for starts. And the average wait, the average duration of trailers is 21 minutes, but it sometimes gets as high as 30 minutes. So you can wait up to 30 minutes after the posted time for your movie to finally see the movie. It turns what should be only like, 2.5 hour experience into an all-day fucking affair because you're just held hostage watching shit that you don't really care about seeing. And now they want to add even more to that. That blows my mind. That is so tone deaf and so out of touch. Now to give you a little more information here, it looks like the AI short that's going to be playing at select theaters is called Thanksgiving Day, an intergalactic tale about a bear and a platypus, and it just won Frame Forward AI Animated Film Festival. Very prestigious. That is coveted. People go their whole lives striving to achieve that accomplishment, being the best AI animated short at Frame Forward. And one of the prizes for winning here is a 2-week national theatrical run for it. And looking at what the experts have to say, this one is a must-watch. This short might be better than the movie that I'm paying tickets for. Thanksgiving Day is a masterclass in original storytelling, a wildly inventive journey that balances sharp satire with unexpected emotional payoff, proving that bold imagination with the tools of AI complement the future of animated filmmaking. That's according to Joel Rudman, president and head of studio for Moose. And then, of course, jurist Neil Paris from Google's 100 Zeros, whatever the fuck that is, what the hell? I feel like I just read an Xbox Live gamer tag. Said, Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative... Jesus, it made me dyslexic. Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative and funny short showcasing AI's ability to unlock imagination for animated storytelling. Thank God, it's fully unlocked now. Before, it was forbidden. You couldn't tell stories without AI. But thankfully, those are prehistoric times now. That's ancient. Obsolete. Now, I decided to take a peek at Frame Forward's little trailer here, and I got to be blessed with a little bit of footage of Thanksgiving Day, and wow, I gotta tell you, they're underselling how good it looks.
The future of filmmaking is unfolding now. Welcome to the Frame Forward AI Film Contest.
That's the future right there that you're staring down the pipe of, and the future is looking bright. I always find it fucking adorable that they say directed by or credited as a director for typing in the sentences to the AI generation tools. That is super cute. That's me calling myself a chef every time I make myself a bowl of cereal. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping on the AMC stuff for now because there's one other thing I want to talk about, and it's something Matt sent me. Apparently there is a big video going around about AI camera tools that are being used at like a coffee shop to track the efficiency of their workers as well as monitor behavior of the customers, which is finally some good news here and a positive implementation of AI, because people are always demanding more Big Brother breathing down our necks. So this is great, so that way customers know that they are secure, being constantly monitored by the eye in the sky, and employees can be happy knowing that the corporation is watching them every second of every day to ensure their productivity is high enough so that way they can train AI to replace them in the future. Now here's the clip that's apparently been going around. You can see Anna's got 20 cups over there, Elena 10 cups, and you also have the time that the customers have been there, I suppose, on their computers, fiddling around, sitting around. And the idea here is, from a corporation perspective, they can look at what employees are working real hard and no doubt reward them. You know, companies do love to do that. But on the flip side of that, unfortunately, you know, Olga over there's only got 3 cups. So maybe they're thinking about letting her go. Maybe they'll fire her because her cup efficiency isn't what it should be compared to someone like Anna, who's really putting her best foot forward here. Now, buckle your seatbelt because things get a little weird and wacky here. So it's referred to as NeuroSpot Barista Staff Control and Customer Monitoring Module, something like that. And when you look up NeuroSpot to try and get information on this technology, you find this, a speech therapy platform called NeuroSpot. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find this exact same video posted onto Reddit 2 years ago with people speculating that it's not real and it's actually just a bunch of baloney and it's more of like a conceptual piece, not like an actual tool that's being implemented or anything like that. But then, when you go a step further, it was like the 3rd page of Google for me, I found this website. It's sparksnet.com/blog, NeuroSpot CCTV AI video analytics, turning surveillance into smart strategy. And this site it's peculiar. Something fishy is afoot here. So, when you read it, it's very clear that a lot of this feels ChatGPT generated, not legitimate. But then when you go down here for like how NeuroSpot works, brains behind the lens. At the center of NeuroSpot is video intelligence powered by AI. Here's what it can do. Facial recognition, not who came into the building, but real-time monitoring of attendance, VIP customer identification, or access control. Object and behavior detection, spot a weapon, detect suspicious loitering, alert on a fall, or identify someone entering a restricted area. Audio analytics, hearing a breaking glass or raised voice, NeuroSpot listens and alerts you. Predictive analysis, it doesn't just show you what's happening, it tells you what might happen next based on historical trends, actually doing like a fucking Minority Report thing there. Natural language interaction, want to ask, show me all incidents from last Tuesday between 2 to 4 p.m.? NeuroSpot understands and responds. This is not a watch and wait tool, it's a proactive partner in your day-to-day operations. So basically, you get a fucking Tony Stark Jarvis. And then down here is where things, I think, go real cattywampus real quick. NeuroSpot is not just for big tech firms or high-security buildings, it's smart analytics catered to a wide range of industries. Hospitals. Track table occupancy in real time. Track table occupancy in real time? Like, what, in the cafeteria of a hospital? Okay, maybe. Monitor plate presentation and cleanliness. Again, that feels like it's not the most pressing concern when it comes to hospitals. I don't think you'd care that much to be checking the cameras looking for plate cleanliness in the hospital cafeteria. Analyze customer mood and football. Is that important in hospitals? The customer's mood and football? Also, let's assume that this is a big misunderstanding, a big typo. They meant to put this in the sports bar section for why people would want the NeuroSpot CCTV AI tool. How is it analyzing football? What is it analyzing? Is it going to give you like probability in order for you to help make educated polymarket gambling? Like, what do you mean it's analyzing football? I'm very confused on that. I truly can't understand what that could possibly be. And then, of course, they're pitching it in schools so you can track all of the kids. You can even detect bullying. and unusual student behavior. Wow. Then back into healthcare, separate from hospitals. This is for patient activity, fall detection, PPE compliance, wait times, ensuring staff are following hygiene. You can use it in warehousing, banking, and retailing. So why are businesses devoted to NeuroSpot? Are they devoted to NeuroSpot? Because again, I was struggling to find any evidence of it even existing. I couldn't find anything to confirm that it was real. And this website is odd to begin with, from SparkNets. This whole thing just already doesn't even feel legit. This feels so shady. I don't understand. And I haven't fully navigated it, but products, when you click products, it doesn't work. When you go to blogs, it just takes you to these generic garbage things about, helping people understand health better without replacing doctors, like how AI is, working in tandem with doctors. The whole thing just is so weird. About Us also doesn't work, which bodes really well. And then Home, which takes you to an innovative AI agency spiel that they dump on you here. I'm really skeptical if the NeuroSpot is actually a real thing, because I just don't really trust this, so I don't even think that what is in that video, what's presented in that video, is a real tool. Feels like it's just a fake piece, especially when you really stop to look at it. Why? Here, let me go full cam. Why would the tool have the squiggly lines to track customer and employee movement? That's fucking worthless, because if you're running this 24/7, at the end of the day, every day, the screen is going to be nothing but squiggly lines from all the people that have been moving around. You're not going to get any valuable data out of that in the first place. I just don't think it's real. But what I do know is real, and what I can find evidence on is, and this dates back a decade from some of the stuff I was reading, some bigger corporations at their warehouse spaces and such do have tools that they use to monitor employee productivity, I guess for the sake of trying to find who's, being productive enough and who needs to be fired for slacking, that kind of thing. We measure their productivity so that way we can always be firing the ones that don't live up to our standards. Doesn't everyone want to help corporation by being productive? This is for your own good, so now we have to track every single thing you do. Couldn't help but notice through our tools that your heart rate never exceeded 120 BPM. That demonstrates a lack of enthusiasm and excitement. It seems like this job's not stimulating enough for you. Take a hike. You fucking scram. Get out of here. So, I do find evidence that some companies have tools to monitor employee behavior. I haven't found evidence that it's these tools, the NeuroSpot and what we see there. But I also am 100% certain that companies will be looking to integrate AI into their monitoring to collect data on customers and to track their employees and to train AI off of their employees so that way they can replace them with AI to save them money on their bottom line long term. That I know is coming if it's not here already. I just am not convinced that it's the NeuroSpot. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that a little bit as well since Matt put it on my radar. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You got a screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first, 200 to 300 episodes were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress. But I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Enies Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just a culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, 20 years ago. It is so sad. It is actually is so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impelled Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything and is used exclusively for like these fake-out moments. So like, he goes to the world government and like, the five elders attack him, he might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island, the island gets blown up, Sabo might be dead, he's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces, and it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So, when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer, but I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good, and I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and Nah, I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom. And his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the Revolutionary Army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine. Basically, the Pacifista program, all based around him, a weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who are overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc. And I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold, bad guy. Like, do I need to kill him? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory. And it turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the 5 elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the 5 elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not like wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, like the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone even if their role in it had been finished, like their whole arc. Like a Arlong or someone. Like pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just like knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with like every character, not just villains, but like any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably like Pell, like so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters, so it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that like a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are like actively killing characters. Like it feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all 5 elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as, you know, the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just going to run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, it just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other 5 elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Warkery, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Warkery can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So like when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the mega mix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Warkery, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Warkery does. So like it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing and he's not even succeeding at it. Like he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the Mother Flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas, again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking, like, damn, this is just one of them able to, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other four get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other four get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, kill even, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. It just makes it feel like the Five Elders are just kind of weak. That's just, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the Five Elders. Anyway, though, that's really, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even, with the Five Elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So, yeah. One of the key lessons anime teaches its viewers is about the power of friendship and to never give up. There's always hope. But that's fantasy. In real life, you have no friends. Everyone hates you, and One Punch Man Season 3, there is no such thing as hope. Abandon all faith, because this show is just irredeemable, it seems. Episode 5 just aired, which is the one where I was trying so hard to buy into the hopium that the community was spreading about how this is where the budget went. This is what they were saving all of their resources for. Because the first 4 episodes of the show, it wasn't really animated, at all. There were a couple moments like Garo fighting for a brief second where they had a few moving frames, but otherwise it's fundamentally still images. You get more movement if you finger through the pages of the One Punch Man manga. You just riffle through the pages, you'll see more movement than you will in the fucking animated show. In Season 3, Episode 5, this was supposed to be the big one. This could have been a peak fight, and people were so desperate to latch on to the titty of faith that this would be good. 'Cause it should be. But it aired, and I haven't seen a single person defend it. The best thing that can be said about Episode 5 of One Punch Man is that it's the best episode of the season. But that's like saying a fart is a little less stinky than a shart. Sure, that is technically true, but does it make it that much better? Not really. And you can see this reflected in Season 3's rating compared to the previous 2 seasons. It's 5s across the board except for Episode 5, which is a 6.3, which I still think is too high. I think that even for a 6.3, this is overrated. It's just, we've been eating shit for 4 weeks now, and now they served us poop. Yippee! It's not good. And like I said in the last video, I really believe that the main target for Spitballs for this catastrophic, disastrous season should be Bandai. Yes, JC Staff is not the optimal pick for One Punch Man. They should not have been the first round draft pick for Season 3 of One Punch Man, and I imagine they were chosen by Bandai because they were the cheapest option. Yes, the director of Season 3 was not the best pick. This is not his genre. This is not his wheelhouse. But still, there could have been a chance to produce something of high quality here if Bandai was more willing to put some actual fucking elbow grease into this property. A massive property, by the way. I don't even know why they have it when it seems like they just don't want it. They truly just want to just slap garbage out there with it. I don't see why Bandai even has the rights to it. But, like, they still could have made something good here. And there's further evidence to support this game theory of mine here, this fucking crackpot conspiracy theory, because there's an animator named Van Oba, who I think is very talented, who was hyping up episode 5 because he got to work on it. He got to produce some cuts for episode 5 that he was very proud of, and when the episode aired, he got to see them finished for the first time in the show, and he too was very disappointed, even saying how unfortunate it was. So there is clearly a huge disconnect here, because there is talent involved, but there's something going real fucking cattywampus, and there's something that's gone awry, and it's leading to this subpar trash that's being spewed out with season 3. So even someone's great work, like from Van Oba, is not getting a chance to shine here in season 3. I really wanted to show you a couple clips from episode 5 here, because like I said, it is the best of the season so far, but that's such an incredibly low bar. The reason it's the best of the season is because Van Oba did actually make an animated sequence. He actually had some good cuts in here, even though they didn't get utilized super well in the episode. At least there was that. So there was moments where Garo was actually moving for the first time, not just a PNG that was being dragged around like when he fucking slid down the hill, which has become a huge meme now. Like, there were a couple of moments that showed some fluidity. It showed, like, some glimmer of care here. But the vast majority of the episode is still so incredibly stiff. It looks like me trying to get up my fucking stairs. Everything is like so like robotic and janky looking. Like, it is just, it is not in a good state. At points it just looks embarrassing. It's mainly composed of still images. Even in this episode where this was apparently where like all the nuts went, like this was supposed to be the big one, and it's still just so flat. So the Orochi fight just doesn't hit that hard. Like, it is still the equivalent of me going picture, 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 did you enjoy my animation? It just makes me so upset. Like, the final sequence of Garo vs. Orochi here in the episode is like one-to-one with the manga panels, where Garo's in the air, about to deliver a big blow, then it cuts to his face, and then it cuts to him in the wall. And in the manga, I think that works just fine. I think it's very hype in the manga. But watching it in an anime format, it feels unfinished. It looks like it was an editing mistake. So if you haven't read the manga, I imagine you probably scratch your head going like, well, what just happened? Did they forget something here? And the answer is no, they just decided to just take still images from the manga and then just put them on the screen and be done. And if you read the manga, like, I imagine anyone that would try and like cope by saying the episode's not that bad is a big manga reader, so they'll give like a little leniency there because it's something they've wanted to see for a long time, and the fact that it's here at all is probably satisfactory to them, even if it's in such a poor, pitiful state as it is in season 3. But if you haven't read the manga, it just looks so disjointed. It looks like it was an editing mistake that was kept in by accident. However, objection, I'm going to argue against myself here. I think even manga readers should be disappointed by this because there is so much cut content here. They removed so much that was present in the manga so that way they could condense all of this into a single episode. This ball of filth, this fucking rancid testicle, so they could make everything fit here almost, and they just wiped their ass with tons and tons that was present in the manga. So like, I feel like it should be underwhelming to literally anybody. Anyone that's read the manga, anyone that has eyeballs, it should just be obvious to everyone that this is a very weak season of any show. Even if it wasn't a property as big and as beloved as One Punch Man, I really think anyone that would watch this would be like, oh, this is not very good compared to everything else that we get, because it's just not. And it's a shame. It's really a tragedy, honestly. And I can't stop yapping about it, because I'm very surprised at just how rough it is. Like, Season 2 got a lot of criticism, including from me, for being much worse than Season 1. Season 1, I guess, was kind of lightning in a bottle, magic that they're never going to be able to recreate, but Season 2 was a big step down from that in the animation department, but it was still held up well by mostly everything else. Like, the pacing worked, the writing was still hitting, the characters were still great. In Season 3, it's 6 years later, you would think that after the criticism when it came to animation in Season 2, that'd be one of the main things they'd want to improve on. But somehow they went 10 steps backwards. It is significantly worse than Season 2 animation, and I really think because of how disjointed everything is, a lot of the jokes and the pacing are not working anymore. So everything just feels flat. There is just so little to like about season 3. It's just so fucking sad. Because again, I know talented people are working on this, like Van Oba. But there is something in this pipeline, whether it's because they've been resource starved by Bandai or something, that is just ruining it. And it sucks to see. It really does. I know I've made 3 videos now yapping about season 3. I haven't been this passionately upset with something since Game of Thrones season 8. Like, that's how bad this has been to me. Of course, Game of Thrones season 8 I think is worse, but even still, this one hurts a lot because of how much I love One Punch Man. It's really just infuriating. There's a couple other things I could go on about, but I know I've been blabbering for a while now about this. But another thing is, this season, for some reason, has this idea in its head that if you just put like a blue filter on things, it means it's stylistically hype. So there are so many like iconic panels from the manga that in this season are just worse and painted blue. Like there's just this blue hue to them. Not even blue hue. The whole thing is just fucking blue. It's like Eiffel 65. Like every time there's like a really cool shot, it's just blue. Like they translate it to just being blue for no reason. So like so much of this just feels like a mess. And like I said, this episode did have a couple of moments that showed like a decent moment, and then is ruined by everything that surrounds it and everything that follows it. And they cut out like some, like I already mentioned, they cut out a lot from the manga, but some of the things they cut out made no sense why they wouldn't be here, because I think it's like very important to have it there. Like Garo eating the arm. Like there is... I'm about to go on too big of a tangent here, and I know you're probably tired of hearing me yap about it. Point is, season 3 is really just bad. And the big episode here with the Orochi fight was supposed to maybe be its saving grace to finally give you something to appreciate, and it fell right on its fucking face, which is a shame. I feel really bad for all of the animators that have put a lot of work into this and have tried their best to make something here, and it's just whatever's going on at the upper level here with, you know, Bandai's lack of resources perhaps, or what have you, is just not leading to it being in the best form it can be. Because like I said, Van Oba proves there are talented people that are putting work into this. But something has gone wrong here with the production that is leading to it just not working out. And it sucks. It is really such a shame. The best outcome from season 3 is that they just close the book here. Maybe they just say, all right, you know what, season 3 was a mistake. This is really bad. Episode 5 is the end of the season. We're gonna redo this later down the line. We're gonna remake season 3 here. It's the only way forward. That's really the only thing that I can picture that can save this, is just we forget that it happened. It's not canon. It was all just a dream, and we get a different season 3 later on that's much better. Because again, I just don't see any saving this season. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I told you it's only getting worse, man. Yesterday I made that video going over the silly, goofy fight over Pokemon cards at a restock, which again, Pokemon restocks are basically the purge at this point. You're not actually even going there for product. You're going there to either get your teeth punched out or your skull caved in. It's just become a place where it's a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw hands and try and get as much Pokemon product as they can, just gluttonously consuming it to try and turn around and sell it for a profit. And in the video I made on that yesterday, I said that it's only a matter of time before someone gets killed over it. There's already been a shooting over Pokemon cards, and I'm sure there will be a murder around the corner. And it turns out that that did already happen. I just learned about a case in Chile where a 20-year-old woman who is a Pokemon vendor was kidnapped and killed by a couple looking to rob her of her Pokemon cards. So they kidnapped her and murdered her in her apartment and stole her Pokemon cards. Now, there's no English outlets reporting on this case as of right now, so all of the information I'm getting comes from Chilean sources directly, which I have to translate. And on YouTube, they only have auto dubbing available, which I find to be pretty unreliable. I don't think it's entirely accurate, but I've checked some people in Chile that are relaying the information as well that corroborate a lot of what the auto dubbing is saying. So The story is true based on all the information here. Just certain elements of it might be a bit incorrect, like the value of the Pokemon cards they stole. It's reported that this couple robbed and murdered this woman for 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards, which is not expensive. That's not a huge value there. They didn't get the fucking one piece or anything. They basically got like 2 hamburgers worth of Pokemon cards. So, like, I feel like maybe that number is incorrectly translated, or maybe they truly did do all of this over that little amount. Like, the Pokemon card hysteria is completely out of control, so it's possible it really was over just that little amount. But no matter how expensive the Pokemon cards were, it doesn't justify murdering someone for them. That is a vile, evil action. And they have been taken into custody. They have been arrested. They are being charged with robbery and robbery with homicide. So, fingers crossed they get maximum punishment here.
Another important part of this investigation is precisely to reveal the amount of Pokemon cards that were ultimately stolen from the victim. We are talking about Camila Dominic and Olortig Quispe, as Florencia was telling you, a young woman who is only 20 years old, and this incident is being investigated as a robbery with homicide. Unfortunately, and this is what the family is asking for, the body of this 20-year-old woman has not yet been found, but all the evidence that the prosecution has at this time leads them to a single answer, that a homicide occurred inside the apartment of one of the defendants.
Her name was Dominic Camila Olortigue Quispe, and she was reported missing for quite some time. Investigators believe that she was murdered in one of their apartments, this Chilean couple. They, based on some of the other reports that I read, as well as what I was watching from broadcasts, they found surveillance footage that shows them taking her into an apartment, and she never leaves.
Unfortunately, in addition, the 2 defendants, 2 people, a man and a woman under 30 years old, are also being held in preventative detention. Now, what happened? This young woman was selling Pokemon cards in a community of young people who exchanged these cards. She was moving around
trade
with her
show,
card, where she had an approximate value of cards worth around 3,000 pesos. This would be the method of procedure.
What?
Why? The reason why the defendant would...
So they kidnapped and killed her to steal 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards. What the fuck? This was the first report I watched on it that gave the general overview of everything that unfolded. It was a couple. They had got Dominic Camila to their apartment, and she never left. They have security camera footage of her going in, and then they only ever have footage of the perpetrators leaving, and there's a lot of other things that they found on the security camera footage. But in this report, they said that the value of the cards they stole was 3,000 pesos, which, again, that's literally buying like a handful of gummy worms. That's not a lot at all. But in the other report I was watching, they say 3 million pesos, which is quite a bit more. Not that it changes anything here. Having someone's life taken over Pokemon cards is completely unacceptable, and this couple should 1000% never see the light of day again. They should be locked in a hole for the rest of their lives. This is a genuinely evil action that is unforgivable. But I just wanted to show that since there aren't any English sources that are reporting on this as of this moment, I have to rely on translations, and they're not entirely accurate. So the story does get a little muddy, so if there's any things that I'm messing up, I apologize, but this is a very serious story, and one that I just can't help but yap about, man. The state of the Pokemon hobby couldn't be worse.
Robbery, because the victim's belongings were allegedly stolen. A cart that she usually used to move her folders which contain these Pokemon cards that are valued at close to 3 million pesos. And finally, that is what also leads the prosecution to part of the evidence used by the prosecution to indicate that a robbery occurred here, and that they later attempted to, or ultimately killed, this 20-year-old woman. We must review the words of the prosecution that refer to this case. Sendum, the victim is seen entering the apartment with the defendant, and only the defendant is seen leaving on several occasions. And the defendant must have entered with the defendant, and always taking the victim's cart, where she had all her letters, which were the ones with the greatest value.
The auto dubbing is just really falling apart. It's sucking major ass here. But from what I can piece together with this broadcast as well as what I've read, is that on the security camera footage, they know that Dominic Camilla was in the apartment. She went into that apartment. And they also know through the security camera footage she never left. But the couple did on numerous occasions and had even left with Milla's belongings. And what she said there with letters that had the most value, I think they were talking about the cards. They left with her Pokemon cards, the greatest value Pokemon cards. And they have evidence of that through this footage.
And there are also videos where the defendant is seen entering the supermarket to buy these garbage bags and packing tape. According to the prosecution, these security cameras are key to the investigation, and they are continuing the investigation based on these records, which show the defendant's constant comings and goings from an apartment on Monjita Street in the Santiago commune, where the victim was allegedly taken, and from which apartment the victim never left. These records are important because the body of this young woman, who is only 20 years old, Camilla Dominic, has still not been found.
They are also alleging that through the security camera footage, they saw that this couple was getting trash bags and tape and bringing it into the apartment and just very suspicious shit like that. That is extremely shady. So they haven't found her body. They are still investigating and doing all they can to locate that, but they are treating this as robbery with homicide. That's what they are pursuing here. They have enough evidence to support that, it seems, and it is just fucking sickening, man. I know I've made so much content on it recently, I just can't help blabber about it. I'm obviously very passionate about TCGs, have an entire fucking channel dedicated to it. So seeing what's happened to not just Pokemon, but just TCGs across the board really sucks. And in Pokemon in particular, it is really in the shitter. It is just terrifying. People being beaten to a fucking pulp. People being shot over Pokemon cards. And now, even people having their lives taken over Pokemon cards. And again, there's other examples of scalpers going crazy and all like, you know, trying to get their hands on the same stuff to try and flip for like a fucking $5 profit over the years. But for Pokemon in particular, it has become just deplorable. Like, Team Rocket doesn't beat up Ash Ketchum or shoot Pokemon trainers to get their hands on the Pokemon. And they certainly don't murder people over it, but the fucking Chilean Jesse and James here certainly do. It's scary, and it's only getting worse. Like I said, it has spiraled totally out of control now. It's heartbreaking hearing about what happened to this woman in Chile. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. See ya. 133 mile per hour police chase ends in total chaos. Is everyone okay in here? At 133 miles per hour, I would wager probably not. That's like de-atomizing levels of speed if you crash. Everyone's okay. It's a must-watch? Okay. Are you sure he's okay? You told me it's okay, and they just set up some really not looking okay players here. Are we sure? I'm no longer convinced. There is a huge semi and a man on the road in the middle of the warpath here. How confident are we that everyone's okay? He parries it. Okay, if you say so. I don't know how he squeezes his way out of that one.
In Escambia County, troopers with the Florida Highway Patrol were conducting routine traffic enforcement 1 mile east of the Alabama-Florida
like it's out of
state
7
line
Deadly
when a trooper
Sins.
noticed a vehicle with illegal window tinting.
Now throw the green shell behind you. Man, he's spinning those tires. And we're just doing donuts out here. Man, oh, good lord, how many officers are in there? Holy. That sign just barely got away with its life. Sorry, can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of a 133 mile per hour pursuit. Oh. Oh, they're scaring him. A pit maneuver at that speed would probably send that fucking car to space. $129. A casual stroll. Oh shit! Oh, there's not a whole lot of space there. Yep, he's gonna have to go in the grass. Oh! Shit! Oh, whoa! Was that on purpose, you think? I bet that guy was just like peeking over like, man, what's the holdup up there? Son of a bitch! Holy! Damn! Oh, maybe the 133 mile per hour chase starts now on foot. That guy was zooming. Oh no. Oh, it was a miscommunication. The officer forgot he had cocaine in his fucking chest pocket. Oh, it's chaos. It's chaos.
Bravo, Mike. Looks like a gray shirt.
Oh, what a disaster. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong all at once. No one hit the brakes in that guy's car, now it's gonna just go all the way to the other side, cause an accident. Oh boy. Yep, there she goes. Oh god, officers exchanging paint with it. Oh boy. Escambia, come on. What are we doing? That is... Oh, good heavens. Jesus Christ.
Send the dog! Send the dog! Green shirt, blue jeans.
Oh god! Oh, that... 0 for 2 on the K9 unit today, unfortunately. That's gonna be a turn in your badge and gun type moment right there, I think. Attacked one of the officers, and then went straight to the something over there by the tree. Oh boy. Then they had to get a different dog on the case. This guy came in there with like the pseudo Goldberg spear technique. A little high though. Oh, this is the officer that got bit.
10-15.
This officer that got bit. What the hell happened? Did he also get like a confusion debuff or something as well? Because he has been like in a trance-like state ever since. He's so stunned. Can't believe Ace did that. Yeah, it looks like everyone was okay. What do you know? Good news!
Makes you think it was a good idea to run, man. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Come here. Your arm doesn't affect your legs. So stand up.
The scene of an accident and reckless driving. The charge of reckless driving was later dropped. A judge...
Of all the charges, what? Oh, I guess this is the... okay. I didn't see this one at the top. I guess they just wanted to stick with that one instead, but I feel like reckless driving could have also stuck around. I feel like you got pretty strong evidence on the old reckless driving, I gotta be honest with you.
working through the system when he was arrested again on December 4th, 2023, this time for murder and attempted murder. According to the arrest report, Isaiah and his brother allegedly met a group of 3 men to buy an ounce of marijuana. During the transaction, Isaiah grabbed the weed and ran while the victims gave chase. After the victims rounded a corner, gunfire erupted, leaving 1 person in the group dead from gunshot wounds. Isaiah also bragged about being internet famous due to running from the cops and being bit by a canine.
What a fucking loser.
Isaiah and his 18-year-old brother, who was accused of firing the shots, were both arrested and are currently awaiting trial without bond. Isaiah Colley is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Wow. That took a turn at the end. All that for an ounce. That is crazy. The things people will throw their lives away for. He also had an AK. What, like in his car? Oh, I guess there's a little more at the end. I thought it was over.
You know what's also super cool? When you catch your dog and knows to leave.
Man, you just gotta let that go, brother. Accidents happen. It was the heat of the moment. Dog made a judgment call. Check this one out.
On May 26th, 2023 in Harford County, Maryland, 38-year-old Michael Stevens II was released from the Harford County Detention Center after posting bail related to a theft charge. Later that same day, just down the road, Stevens came across a 1986 5-ton military truck.
Oh, the temptation. Oh no, the stars were aligning.
And decided to steal the vehicle, triggering a pursuit
what a great day.
Deputies had seen before.
And then I got off the truck and he came towards me head on.
Jesus. That could be anyone. We don't know that's him yet. That could be anyone's military truck.
5-ton truck actually weighs more than 10 tons by itself. The 5-ton rating refers to how much cargo it can carry off-road, not its own weight. These trucks were designed to move troops and equipment through rough terrain, and they're built to keep going, even when damaged. The frame and suspension are heavy, the drivetrain is built for torque, and the oversized tires are reinforced to survive long distances on uneven ground. All of that combines to make this pursuit unlike anything we've ever published in the entire history of this channel.
Yeah, this is quite a recipe for disaster. This guy literally left jail this same day, by the way. He said, man, can't wait to go back. Is that a military truck? I got a plan.
Just in case he gets on so we can deploy.
Anybody at South 6 in the area?
Looks like he's going to take 95 south, 24.
Looks like he's taking 95 southbound on 24.
Hey, watch the back. It's going to be debris falling out the back of the bed.
Man, you try and pit maneuver that thing and your car blows up. I think pit maneuver's off the table for this one. We're gonna have to get him with the classics. Throwing knives out of the window to pop the tires. Circus style.
All right, I'm on it. Somebody get on 95 south, just past 1.
Speed at 55. Speed at 55.
So far, nothing's flown off the back yet.
152 stop 6.
Stop sticks aren't going to work. It's designed to overpower them.
Yeah, get one unit on 95, and everybody that's behind them, let's try and slow the traffic. If we can get the stop 6 deployed, I don't want this vehicle to hit anybody else. All right, we're coming up underneath of 152. If somebody's there with the stop 6, be ready.
All right, it's game time. Good hustle. Nice. Excellent speed. Good work. He's cooked now. How'd we do? We got one tire. Not bad, not bad. They need to make stop sticks that you can just toss out the driver's side window. Wait, here we go. We got more. Phase 2 boss fight, yeah. They gotta use the harpoon more often. That doesn't get enough exercise. Did we get him? Oh, no. Just missed. Just missed. Be ready to jump.
Watch yourself. He might try and hit you. Get out the road. Get out the road. Get out the road.
Oh, wow. Wait, he actually is just going for... Oh, my God. He scared him away. Where are we heading? He's swerving a little bit. He might be getting tired. He's falling asleep.
Unit up. A couple units up ahead with the stop sticks. We'll head to Jersey. We'll have to keep y'all safe.
Let's try a different tactic. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit! He's blending in now. We're gonna lose him. Luckily, we still got eyes on him. Don't let him get too far, though. Where is he?
We're past White
I lost him.
At 695.
How far ahead are we? Oh, it's game time. Oh, he's taking cover behind the civilians. Oh, they got him. Big stop stick moment. What was Squad 2 doing? Just getting a good view of it? But where was their stop sticks? What did he try to do? Like activate Sharingan or something on him to scare him? Like, I didn't see any stop sticks. What was Squad 2's plan? His Conqueror hockey failed. Got it, got it. Yeah, no, that's a damn shame. Squad 2 AFK. Yeah, that was unfortunate. They were in a great position as well. I really do wonder what Squad 2 was doing. They pulled over. I thought they had stop sticks or some kind of plan. Maybe they thought the stop sticks would work so well Squad 2 would go out and catch the truck or something. I don't know.
With deputies reporting that the suspect now had a rifle hanging out the window,
oh Jesus!
Units ease off. The helicopter maintains visual from above, while Squad...
Oh, that's not a stop stick. That's a gun. They said enough. Playtime's over.
Stop.
No, don't stop. Just combat roll out of the moving vehicle. It's more efficient.
I got you. Hands, get on the ground. Stop. Drop it down. Drop it, get on.
Oh, what a trip.
Stop reaching.
That officer actually saved his life. What is he doing under his shirt? Tweaking on his own nipples? What the fuck was that? That was a textbook trip, though. Look at this shit. That was perfect from this guy. That was a pretty crazy chase. What was the plan? Did they interview him?
Hold on.
What happened? Huh? What just happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
You're running from us.
What? What are you talking about?
You took a truck. I just got out of jail. I really took the detention center.
Maybe he's been framed.
That's a good boy.
Maybe they really did get the wrong truck.
Where'd they end up catching him on foot at?
Imagine they see another military truck just drive by.
He broke. They got him right at the mouth of the alley. Okay, I didn't see it.
How the fuck do you mistake a rifle hanging out of a truck for something? What else could it even be? That was a crazy call from the officer then. He's got a rifle hanging out of his truck. That false alarm actually. That was his arm.
The stolen military vehicle was returned to its owner, and no bystanders were injured throughout the pursuit. As of the latest available records, Stevens has not been sentenced in this case, and he is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Wow, yeah. Still not. They're still gathering evidence. It could have been anyone in that military truck. Huh. It's a tricky case. There's a lot of factors to consider. Maybe he really was framed. That would be perhaps one of the most unbelievable things to ever unfold in human history. A year ago now, a YouTuber named Megalag dropped a video that was the culmination of an extended investigation that spanned the course of a very long period of time about a company who has worked very closely in the YouTube ecosystem for years, Honey, who was once the YouTube darling sponsor absolutely everywhere, more common than the cold, and never really had like a bad reputation, but Megalag, through a very extensive investigation, found some shocking, shady things that not a lot of people knew about. And I don't want to just regurgitate everything from that video. I'm sure you probably have already seen it because it was such a huge deal. Even outside of just the YouTube space, it was a really big thing. Because this is a multi-billion-dollar company that was engaging in some really underhanded tactics that really tiptoe on the line for what is and is not legal, many would argue, which is why they've been faced with so many civil lawsuits since. Now, I know one of them was recently dismissed, but from what I can tell, it's not fully dismissed. It's pending an amendment, from what I can tell. But even still, even if that one gets crumpled up and thrown in the wastebasket from fucking way downtown, that's one of many. There's a lot still out there cooked up and being pushed against PayPal Honey. It's like the scene in SpongeBob when the anchovies charge the Krusty Krab. There is so many civil lawsuits here because a ton of people feel like they have been wronged, misled, and even in certain cases scammed by PayPal Honey. Megalag came from the top turnbuckle and delivered a biblical smackdown with a lot of really convincing evidence, and just released his part 2, the follow-up, which goes even deeper and exposes even more, and also starts talking about it from the small businesses that are being affected and a lot of things that are just being outright lied about by PayPal Honey, allegedly here. It's fascinating, and PayPal Honey has cease and desisted Megalag, claiming a bit of horseradish, I would say, trying to silence him because these are really damning things. The evidence is very, very strong. I highly recommend you check out the entire video from Megalag here. Of course, I'll link it in the description. I'm only going to cover a small portion of this because I really think you need to watch the entire thing. I think you need to see how the sausage is made here, but I will cover a couple of core components. But just as a little refresher, if you don't remember some of the things PayPal Honey is accused of, one of the big things outside of, like, obviously consumers not exactly getting what they thought they were out of Honey is the affiliate poaching. So creators that worked with Honey that would have their own special deals to promote to their audience, the audience would then use those codes on the website. But Honey had some protocol that would occasionally perhaps poach that sale and take the commission that was supposed to go to the creator, and they would take the lion's share. There were a lot of cases that Megalag was able to point to, and even in his follow-up video shows even stronger evidence for, of how this actually functions, where it seems to be a core component of Honey itself, where it will overwrite your cookie, it will inject itself, and it is looking to make that commission in a lot of cases. It's very scummy shit. And I know after the first video he dropped, a lot of people's response was, who gives a fuck? The creators can suck my dick, and my heart doesn't break for these businesses. They can go eat dirt. Okay, that's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not going to come in there with the belt and make you change your mind or whatever. That's fine. But in this second part of the video, you can hear from a business how that actually fucks you as a consumer.
A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act. and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest.
I haven't seen the unredacted video here where the source code was like more talked about, where he had these video components that showed, I suppose, sections of that when it was relevant. But it seems like it was more so a convenient excuse for PayPal to get the video taken down from his Patreon. And in order to get around that for the YouTube video, he just took the entire section out. Again, I haven't seen with my own peepers here what it looked like in all its glory with the full makeup on, where, you know, the source code section was intact. But just based off of like the small bits, apparently it wasn't even that long, it feels like it's a pretty flimsy thing for PayPal to try and like strike it down for. I imagine it's more so to like hide even further proof for some of the things that you're about to learn about in the rest of the video. I never like when companies do something like this. Of course, there is like copyright protections, and in certain cases it makes sense to do so. I can't really see a strong justification for their action here on the cease and desist. It doesn't really pass the smell test for me here, especially considering it seems like he was very reserved with what was displayed from the source code based on how he speaks about it. But again, I can't say for 100% certain. I just find it hard to believe that PayPal Honey was acting in good faith with the cease and desist. That seems like they're trying to hush him up a bit.
Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, Honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how Honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion, illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts.
And the receipts are pretty convincing. So those are like the main components of this new video. This is an hour-long video almost. It goes deep here. This shit is deeper than my pussy. It is a very thorough look at all of it. And I know after the first video, people had a lot of questions, and I feel like here he sheds even more light on it through an even deeper analysis of Honey itself and the way in which it functions. It's not just him working alone. He had people help him with like getting a lot of the data so it can be viewed more easily and more accessible. So that way he doesn't have to make any like leaping conclusions or anything. He doesn't have to just like start trying to fill in the blanks off of, you know, just fucking hunch, like intuition. He's able to look at these things much closer in order to draw much stronger, analysis from it. It really is quite the deep dive, and like I said, I don't want to like show just a ton of his video. I would really like you to go watch it yourself, because I think it is eye-opening stuff. I want to focus on just a couple of things here that I know a lot of people debated after the first video about like, well, why should anyone that's not a creator or a fucking business owner care? Who gives a shit? Call the wambulance. I think that one of the business owners that Megalag had in this video giving his piece explains why this is a big deal, why it is bad for not only the small businesses that are not consenting to working with Honey, that are kind of just being forced to without even their knowledge sometimes, why it is bad for them with receipts and email exchange with PayPal Honey directly, why it has been a nightmare for them, and why it is also bad for you. You also get the business end of this penis. Even if you're not a Honey user, if you're watching this be like, well, I don't care, I don't use Honey anyway, well, it still affects you. And it's a very simple reason how and why.
In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact Honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive, down to you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing costs have gone up, COGS have gone up, as you know, through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. And it's just really disappointing. And like, it doesn't even work, because at the end of the day, like, you need to make the numbers work. And if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin. And it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them.
That is a great explanation from him. I think that's very valuable insight that paints the whole picture clearly. Even if you're in a fucking Xanax-induced fugue state right now listening to this, I feel like you'd hear that and understand what makes this so bad for everybody. Businesses, consumers, and obviously like the affiliate partners, like the creators. One other thing that was mentioned, but I didn't put it here in this space, is how brands, like, when they find out about Honey poaching the affiliate commissions, it makes it hard for them to know where to attribute commissions. So what'll happen is this confusion where they don't know where a commission goes. So like, let's say they're working with a podcaster or a YouTuber or something, and things get really muddy. It makes it hard for them to know where they're supposed to put that money in the first place. So what ends up happening is they end up pulling out of that market entirely. So now they're not working with your favorite content creator anymore. So they're getting shafted. And they also potentially overspend on the compensation because of how confusing it gets. There was another example given how like a business had spent over $100,000 on like potentially like misattributed commissions from the affiliate marketing as a result of this kind of shit. Like, it gets to be a lot. So then they pull out of that market as well. But what's obviously the thing a lot of people are going to care the most about is how it makes the deals worse for you, because as he said, if PayPal Honey is going to be taking 10% of all of their revenue through this, which they can't really do a whole lot about, their hands being tied, well, they're going to have to make up for that loss somehow. And that is raising prices. That's how you make the numbers work again. If you're going to be losing 10%, you're going to have to raise the prices in order to compensate, so that way you're not going like negative, or you're not starting to like tread water, which is what a lot of businesses inevitably have to do. And something like PayPal Honey putting the squeeze on them makes it worse. So that is a huge problem, and that is how it affects you, even if you are not a Honey user yourself. It is a bad deal for everybody involved here, except Honey. But what's a good deal for everybody is the Starforge Christmas sale. It's live now. Click the link in the description if you're looking to upgrade your PC. Best PCs in the universe.
Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020. And you need to see it because holy shit. Hi, I am the CEO of Meeting Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, "Hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship." I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, "We don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely."
The email showcased just how difficult it is to just be removed from Honey. He is putting in plain English, hey, we're losing revenue because of you guys. Please just take us off of this shit. I'm begging. It's like a fucking telemarketer that's refusing to take you off the call sheet. It's brutal. He reaches out to them because Honey had scraped a private code, which is something that earlier in the video, Megalag shows very strong evidence as like a thing that happens, not super unusual with Honey, which is a code that they didn't want to be public. It shouldn't have been public. A lot of businesses have these kind of private codes for like employees or friends and families, or in some cases, as was mentioned earlier in this video, like veterans or something. And Honey will sometimes get these codes and make them public so people can use them, which really fucks the businesses because those weren't supposed to be public. They were supposed to be for a specific person or a specific purpose. So the CEO we just heard from, this is his exchange with them, reaching out like, hey, this happened to us. We're losing revenue. Get rid of this and please take us off of Honey entirely. We don't want to work with you. And whatever zombie he's talking to over there at Honey is just not letting that shit fly. They're playing hardball, trying their best to keep them shackled to Honey, even though they didn't want Honey to be there in the first place. They were uninvited to this hootenanny, yet now they don't have a choice.
His leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. Our whole site can't be removed from your app." Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. "Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business." Honey responds, confirming they removed the code, but instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak, not Chip's employees. Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee.
Wonderful. Thanks for the unsolicited advice there on how he should run his business with his employees here, knowing full well that Honey does, in cases, take that kind of shit, even if it wasn't the fault of the employee. Allegedly. Like, it's fucking sickening. It's so disgusting. Like, the pompous attitude that comes through on these emails from Honey. This is a business that did not want to be with Honey in the first place. And there was another business that was interviewed in this video about like how he'd never even heard of Honey, but apparently people were getting tons of discounts on his site because of Honey, and he had never even fucking heard of the service before. So Honey, and you're about to hear from Megalag in the video here, Honey seems to just be subjecting these businesses, these small businesses, to their wrath, where they're just giving out, in certain cases, private coupon codes to users, which obviously damages the small business and causes them to lose revenue and causes a huge headache there. And then the only way to get off of it is by partnering with Honey, and basically, once you are partnered with Honey, then you tell them to exclude that kind of stuff, which is something that piggybacks off of a bit of what Megalag talked about in the first video, where, you know, partnered brands, they have like these certain exclusions and stuff. It's a really like awful business model that is bad for literally everyone but Honey. And it's kind of mind-boggling how the only way to get out of it in a small business's position like this is to partner with Honey and say, stop fucking us. No more of these coupons. So they get you. They get you because they fuck you raw a bit, and they slap you around, and then when you go to them for like assistance, they're like, can't really do anything about that unless you were partnered with Honey. You ever thought about that? If you work with us, maybe fork over a couple doubloons, a little bit of those clams, well, maybe then we can work a little something out about these pesky little coupons our millions of users keep finding.
2 months later, and another private code gets leaked. And once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. We proudly host a consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores, and never have. Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGrit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip. And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew, they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue that there. It's the same person, and also they removed that previous business a month prior to this exchange with my cookware. So, it's pretty obvious that she's telling some tall tales here. This is a big old fib. They can remove them from Honey, but it seems like they'd rather not, because they'd rather you partner with them so that way they can get a little more out of it, and then you can finally stop bleeding money through these private coupons that surprisingly just keep getting leaked through Honey. It's so fucked up. Like, it really is like a crazy rabbit hole here.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
That beautifully explains just how scummy this model is, where it does appear that these small businesses feel forced to join these programs here with companies like PayPal Honey, because if they don't, well, they might keep having these problems, but by joining that company, they're not exactly all that much better off, because now they're going to have to make those affiliate payments there. So like, it is just a lose-lose for the businesses. Now, I don't want to spend too much time talking about that section here. Again, I think you should watch the whole video. I do want to touch on where he gets into like the Mr. Beast component, which is in the thumbnail, and something that was mentioned at the start of the video about like how he believes that Honey has been strategically targeting minors in certain instances based on who they've partnered with, like Mr. Beast, as well as a couple other examples he gives, and why that might not exactly be completely legal, allegedly, because there is laws about collecting data on minors. And through his investigation, with very, very strong evidence, including some of PayPal Honey's own information that they themselves have talked about, they do collect your data. They do seemingly share your data. Now in the video, there's even a brief clip where someone is talking about the benefits of Honey's data collection. So even though they explicitly advertise they don't do any of that weirdo shit like collecting and sharing your data or anything like that, the truth of it is that they do collect your data. And to their merchants, they even do brag about how much data they have, and they do share that data. Megalag had a lot of very compelling evidence to prove that fact. I feel like it's pretty obvious, given everything that is accessible, that they do indeed collect that. I'll go ahead and show you that brief clip there, and then we'll get into like how the marketing to minors may be a big issue for Honey.
For their partnered merchants. Discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
One of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? Are they going to 6 stores? Are they going to 7 stores? Are they going to 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase?
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So like one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narratives. To users, they promise privacy, insisting, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them with valuable insights into your shopping habits.
I think we can say with a pretty high level of confidence that PayPal Honey does seemingly collect your data and is more than willing to share it. So that whole claim they like to make, and even it was part of some of their marketing about, we don't collect your data and we certainly don't share that data or sell it or anything like that. Looking like that might have been a big load of hooey. Now, as it relates to being potentially a huge issue when it comes to like who they were targeting with some of their advertising is what I briefly mentioned earlier, where there are laws in place about collecting data on minors. There is a whole host of laws in regards to that subject, and you're about to hear Megalag explain it, but the core issue is, based on some of their ads they were running with some of their partners, as well as who they were partnering with for some of these ads, it does seem like they were directly trying to target Honey to minors, which means they would be collecting data on minors through having this browser extension on their devices.
It's potentially illegal in numerous jurisdictions. Many countries have very strict regulations when it comes to the collection of personal data from minors, and for good reason. Therefore, if you intend on having minors use your product, many jurisdictions require that you obtain parental consent first. But this adds all kinds of technical and legal complexities, which is why many platforms simply limit the use of their service to adults only in their privacy policy, which was Honey's approach, making him Honey's #1 sponsor. In fact, according to my data, MrBeast sponsorships represent over 1/3 of Honey's total sponsor views on YouTube. But it wasn't just MrBeast. Honey sponsored many channels whose content was, in my opinion, clearly targeted at minors. They sponsored Minecraft channels, Roblox channels, cartoon channels. I mean, just watch this video and tell me it's not targeted at children.
This video is sponsored by Honey.
I trimmed it down a bit. He goes on to say, like, if they weren't looking to get minors to install Honey, why would they sponsor someone like MrBeast or these other channels that he gives a quick snippet of, like Roblox, Minecraft, and then that skit? And he's right. The main demographic of MrBeast, it is children. I'm pretty sure that's like an objectively true statement based on data. And Roblox is predominantly a platform used by children. And that cat skit definitely seems like some Nick Jr. stuff there for children. Like, it does appear like they did have marketing pushes that were trying to get Honey in front of the eyes of minors and trying to get them to install it on their browser.
If Honey wanted to target minors so badly, they should have just sponsored one. Oh, wait a minute, that's exactly what they did. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Desiree Machado, who at the time was just 14 years old.
Guys, I'm only 14.
Hilariously, one of her videos that Honey sponsored is appropriately titled Back to School. Honey even ran her sponsored segment as a paid advert on YouTube.
If you weren't convinced before, I imagine that was enough to convince you. That's pretty damning. They literally sponsored a child to promote Honey, and even used her sponsored segment as a paid advertisement across YouTube. I think there is a very strong argument with strong evidence to suggest Honey was looking to get Honey on the devices of children, and knowing what we know now based on this evidence, it was collecting their data, which is a big legal issue potentially.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
They are literally encouraging kids to install a browser extension that tracks and collects data onto every computer in their household, including those belonging to their siblings. That is fucking insane. And the emojis? I mean, come on!
That is a bad look for MrBeast indeed. Oof. It does seem pretty clear that Honey was more than willing to advertise to minors, and this is a browser extension that, based on all available evidence, does indeed track data and share data, which, again, appears to be a lot of laws in place that have very strict rules about that when it comes to the data collection of minors. So I guess we'll see what happens from there. Again, this is still not even all of what Megalag covered. I've only chosen a few things to talk about here that kind of piggybacked off of the things I was talking about from the first video. I just cannot, I've said like again 1,000 times now, but I cannot recommend watching this full video enough because it is a really surprisingly deep dive into a very, very suspicious and shady business that appears to have a lot going on under the hood here that is not very good. And the business model itself is bad for everybody, not just creators, not just businesses, and not just Honey users, but any online shoppers in general. They have a negative effect on. It's a bad deal across the board based on everything that has been presented here. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. That's really about it. See ya.